I do the right microphone? I did do the right microphone. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the table. Hope you're all doing well out there. Sorry about the long wait. We were doing the classic D&D thing of chatting way too much about things that had absolutely nothing to do with D&D. Ow. 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 Fierce has been... Mala has been waiting. Alright, so... hopefully all drinking plenty of water and taking good care of yourselves out there. We're going to go ahead and hop on the table. Today is session 0, so we're going to go ahead and discuss a lot of new things. If you're part of the Discord server, while Mala continues to pummel me, there is a link to the setting doc. So, let's jump to the table. Yes, I'll hydrate. Cheers. And let's go to the new table view. We are all live and stuff.
Hooray!
I need to change my camera position. And there's Ataya. Ladies and gentlemen.
Woo.
One of the 3D maps that Sam created for me. It's Sam Dutter on Twitch. He does 3D modeling stuff. There's my plug for the day. Yes, I got a 3D map. I actually got the Blender file, but I'm not opening Blender right now. I'm sorry, guys. You guys don't need to see how stupid I am with Blender. Thanks for the tip, Epic Bro. And that reminds me, I need to thank just a Baba Newt. Boba Newt? Baba Newt? For the follow. It's B-O-B-A, and I'm not sure if that... I'm pretty sure that's Boba.
Yeah.
Boba Newt.
Yeah.
Just a Boba Fett.
Now, I think the players have read the document somewhat, since I provided them a few days ago. In today's...
I like that the banana is still down there.
Yep, the banana is definitely still down there. Can never forget about the banana. That is the most priceless piece of art here.
Yeah.
It must remain forever. I think I transferred it to other tables, but hid it in places for my other games. If I haven't, I will. So, we will go ahead and hop into it. We got a couple of things to cover. I have actually got a small document because I want to change a couple more rules, but I wanted to go over things with you guys first. Did you want to do character creation first, or did you want to go over some of the other changes I had in mind?
What are the other changes?
Let me pull up that document. How I would like to change the reroll. Instead of being per session, or per session, I was considering changing to somewhat the way that Baldur's Gate handles inspiration.
Inspiration?
Yes.
Ooh.
And my thought was that players could pool their inspiration together as much as they wanted, and either we would do it where you guys have a max pool that you all draw from, or you guys have an individual one, but you guys pay a penalty for trading them to each other.
Penalty how?
It would cost 2 inspiration to give somebody else a reroll instead of just 1.
I think a communal pool sounds good to me, personally, at least.
Fantastic. With this, the way it would work then is that any time that you leave the city, you would have 1 inspiration. But that is all you get for the entire journey from the city itself. You have to pick up inspiration based on your traits or other vague things along the way. And you can have up to 4 at any given time, if that is acceptable. So you can gain them on the journey, but I would only grant you a freebie per leaving the city.
How many would we be able to stack in the communal one? 4 or
4?
So, Era, I have a question. You say that the city works much like a player-run sandbox MMO?
Pretty much.
So how many giant dicks have been built?
Oh, no.
How many people have attempted to build giant dicks? Several. How many currently exist? Only that one guy that lives in the center of town and decides to scream every morning. What is morning? Well, he apparently knows. In a city bathed in twilight considerably, he has just, I guess, chosen when morning is and screams.
Wait, is there a chicken Tengu
Maybe.
that screams in
Yes,
the morning?
that's canon now. The Rooster
Okay.
Man.
The rooster man who crows from the giant cock.
All right.
Because he's a rooster.
A heck of a cock-a-doodle do.
But yes, for that one, it would be a communal pool of 4. If we did it in
And
the
demonetized.
I mean, I was already demonetized. Let's face it. Fuckity fuck me.
It's session 0. It doesn't matter.
Correct.
But yeah, it would be a stack of up to 4 that you guys could have communally.
Okay, so we always need to make sure we use at least one.
Yep, you get 1 per time that you leave the city, because it's not hard to get inspiration in the city. Not with the world mirror. So that takes care of number 1. Number 1 is communal max 4, and I'll put that in my notes and I'll add it to the book later. Yes?
Okay, so if we go individual, is it not restored upon leaving the city?
If you guys went individual,
Or
the change would
not
be that
gained upon leaving the city?
you each would leave the city with 1. The problem is that I had to balance out how trading them off to others would work. So the ruling would be you guys could individually have a max of 3, but if you were to give somebody else a reroll, you'd have to give up 2 inspiration or roll somebody or reroll or give somebody a reroll. If that makes sense.
So the communal one
Um?
is basically a max of 4, but there is no penalty. Anyone can use a reroll if they need it. But the individual one is more restrictive in that if you try to give somebody else a reroll, you're basically eating a reroll that you could have used yourself and giving them a reroll.
I got a
But
tip from Epic Bro. He would like me to shout out a Mr. Jass, first name Hugh.
Thanks for the shout out.
but I actually like the solo better in that case, because I mean, it when critical, if we have the rerolls to spare, I'd be okay with burning too. But it would mean that we could theoretically max out at effectively having 12 total rerolls in theory, which is
but
nice.
It still only rolls for ourselves. If we're counting the 3 each that we can have max. If we are trading off the extra 2, then we're only getting.
But it's a case of we're only leaving with 1 out of for 4 people.
Okay, I was greeting someone in chat just by typing because I didn't want to be a distraction, but now I've been forced to become a distraction.
Oh no.
Andy.
Open up. There we go. We got the lemon flavor. Also, welcome, Funny Monkey. I hope you enjoy your time here. I hope you enjoy hearing me suffer through this sour candy.
Damn it! Now I want a sour
Oh,
candy.
they noted that.
I'm gonna go eat a lemon later.
Not a fan of sour.
Dude.
Y'all being dramatic.
But yeah, it's a case of with us only getting 1, it if we all start with 1 anyways, for solo, then yeah, that I figure that would be a better start.
It is, bear in mind that I would be also counterbalancing the fact that you guys leave with one communal one.
Well, what do you mean counterbalancing?
It how often opportunities come to gain inspiration. Unfortunately, it would be completely on my shoulders.
Mm, well,
But that
yeah,
is
that
that that isn't
the thing is, it's hard to tell one way or the other either way in that case, because like mathematically, I see that solo would be a huge increase, because each person being able to reroll once per timeout, that's 4. That's big. So if we're getting a lot of inspiration, then yeah, that would be great. But if we're only getting like an inspiration every like relatively large time frame, then that's rough.
And that's where the flexible pool comes in. It's smaller, but we don't have to pay a penalty for sharing it. They are both even in their own way. It's just there's a trade-off to each.
Well, no, there's a big imbalance, is what I'm saying, in that we'd only ever have, well, until we got another one from whatever source, one for all 4 people.
Do Taya or Viv have any input?
So
I like the individual one because I think it gives us more agency.
I mean,
Yeah, I was leaning towards individual myself, but I figure if we went for the pool, Arrow would probably give us more chances to get inspiration.
Yeah. Which yeah, it could be nice, but mathematically, it I don't know.
like I'm good either way. It's just that regardless of what we do, we go out starting with 4 on each excursion. It's just a
No,
matter
we'd
of
start with 1 from what I heard.
1 each.
In the
Oh,
in the communal pool, it would be one for you guys initially in the pool period. But
Oh,
Key is very
yeah, that's
correct
why I
on,
was concerned.
and Key is very correct on the fact that I would be adjusting how easy it is to get an inspiration because you guys are working off of communal pool.
I was mistaken. I thought the
Yes.
community pool started maxed.
No, the community pool would start at 1 when you leave.
In which case, yes, there is a huge imbalance because then the solo version, we are all starting with 1, and that is 4 rerolls, 1 to each person. Whereas if we do the community one, we have 1 we can use.
I also think that just going with the individual one will be the easiest to work with because it's the most like what we have now, except we'll only pass someone a reroll if it's a really important roll and not, oh, I didn't gather information as well as I could have.
Yeah.
Yep.
In that case, I totally agree to do the individual one, not only because it will be easier to track, because it's by individual characters' inspiration rather than communal. And it also allows Era to be a bit more selective, and it will cause us to be a little bit more selective
When we
with
use
the rerolls.
All right, I'll make sure it ends up on the tracker then, too.
Yeah.
Just that way stream can see I do have the base image dealt with for what the new HP or bar will look like. It'll look like that. Hope you all like it.
But yeah, if like the community starting in maximum were a little bigger, maybe. But no, yeah.
Yep. There might have been thoughts on in the leveling section including or increasing that pool. but I didn't build the rule base because I was like, I'm going to see which one they like initially, because that way I can build out the rules for those or that particular section, and not be building another set of rules for something that'll never be used.
Yeah, let's say better to see which one we like more, and then
Yes,
flesh out the rule set, because otherwise just would have wasted your time.
which I
Yeah.
did enough in that setting document. I actually erased like 3 sections.
Oh
Oh.
no.
And there's like an entire section I keep looking at going, why the hell did I write all this? I could probably just toss it, and it doesn't even need to be here, because I ultimately decided not to use the rule base that those rules would have applied to, because I realized how complicated it would be if I had to use the Excel sheet that I created that generates worlds for me. Long story short, there were worlds where magic would have been weaker. And then I realized that's a bag of cocks.
I mean, that's just how planes be, though.
It does, but DMing that would be a pain in the ass.
There is there's in the like plane creation section of Pathfinder, there is actually rules for that stuff.
Yes, I created a spreadsheet to randomize that.
Okay.
So I built the generator. It's just I was sitting there looking at it going, I have to enforce this and remember it.
Oh.
I mean, were you expecting us to go back to places after we had cleared them?
Yes.
Oh.
Not necessarily, but I would have to remember them between sessions, figure out a good way to document them, and if you guys ever did go, we like this place, let's go back.
That's totally fair. Um but yeah, I like the concept of the communal pool because
But
it's very flexible, but baseline the individual one just seems like the better choice.
Yeah.
yeah, the communal seems undertuned to begin with, is kind of what it
A little bit, yes.
though. Yeah.
It was going to come with a couple of trade-offs, but they don't matter at this point. So I've got that notated. Awesome. So that's rule change number 1. Rule change number 2, action economy. Action economy sucks. Let's fix it. We have a couple of things. I either A, want to go through and change most, if not all, cantrips and some level 1 spells to be swift actions, and make use of swift actions. Of course, only allowing one leveled spell.
I have a question though.
Mm-hmm.
Is it a case of if you have burnt your swift action on something else that is a swift action normally, could you burn a standard action instead?
Yeah, actions always trade down, so you can always switch a standard for a move and a move for a swift.
Okay, because if I recall, and like something with like base Pathfinder rules was something about you could only ever have one swift.
Correct. In base Pathfinder rules, you could only ever have one swift action, and if you used an immediate action outside of your turn, you burned your swift action for the next turn.
Yes, that is the way that will still work.
Oof.
Bear in mind that reactions, we'll work on it if need be and fine tune it as needed. But that was one idea. I am going to, no matter what, make drinking health potions and potions a swift action, because I just like that. Alternatively, we can do what Pathfinder 2 does and just give you guys 3 actions a turn. With that adjustment, it means that enemies will also have 3 actions a turn.
With full round action probably taking up all 3 actions.
Yes.
A move is an action. A standard is an action.
Mm-hmm. Swift actions are actions.
Yep. But with the 3 action baseline, it's consolidated ? There would probably be outlier cases that would need to be adjudicated, but most of the rule set could still be converted.
Bear in mind that you can only cast a single leveled spell in a turn.
Yes, because balance.
I would presume that this is, unless there is something that explicitly says you get to start getting cheaty, like the time stop.
Yes, time stop is obviously a cheaty thing, but
We're not getting access to time stop.
No, but there is like various haste spells.
there are. And we would just use those haste spells by giving you an additional action per turn. Because that's what most of them do, anyways.
Well, what haste generally does is it gives you some minor bonuses, including a bonus to your movement speed, but also when you make a full attack, you get an extra attack at your full BAB.
Yeah.
Specifically when you make a full attack.
So we could easily keep that.
Well,
But I just want to make swift
here's
actions a lot more useful and a lot more useful to everybody. And cantrips and certain spells like True Strike are just absolutely worthless without being a swift action. And opening up potions to you guys also means that I can beat the hell out of you more. And you guys can heal more. And potions suddenly become a viable thing.
okay. So here's a thought though, in that with the 3-action thing, iterative attacks and full attack actions. If that still burns 3 actions total, um, it it actually is kind of less practical until you get 3 iterative spent. So, and actually, I don't think any of us, unless we're going straight fighter, will get 3 iteratives by level 10.
Um, personally, my suggestion would be that a full attack consumes 2 actions. If only because that still allows you to use something that would normally have been a swift action.
Okay. Yeah, that I agree with that at least.
Because one of the other things with Pathfinder 2E is that it has quote unquote half actions that are basically reaction or swift action style things.
Hmm.
Um, I don't know about the rest of you, but the easier way to do it, since we're still using a 1E chassis, is to take the swift action cantrips and potions, because then we don't need to figure out the economy. But the 3-action economy is much more flexible. It would just take some learning and adjustment.
It would, in bear mind, it would give your enemies a lot more to play with as well. Because a lot of
Mhm.
monsters in Pathfinder have at will and swift abilities that usually at will abilities that usually cost a standard action that they'd suddenly be able to spam and then attack with. Granted, so would you guys, but
Mhm.
they're gonna have more of it.
Yeah.
It's gonna
But
make certain creatures way rougher.
Yes.
But like for instance,
Mm.
if we take a Magus from 1E and give it the 3-action economy, it starts to become very spooky because
Mhm.
they already have like the spell combat shit going on that they can do as part of, like literally the wording is as part of other actions. But
Yep.
say for instance, you have a creature that can attack but also has an at will ability. So it can move, it can use that at will ability, and it can attack you for 3 actions.
Mm-hmm.
Or if we took my suggestion as full attacks being 2 action points, it would still be able to either move or use that at will and then full attack.
Hmm.
However, the same is true of us. So, for instance, Vari, say your character wants to cast a leveled spell and then full attack, that would still function.
Okay.
It is a trade off. You guys can definitely do more. It's just the monsters can generally make better use of it. But once again, drinking a potion's only going to be one action.
Yes.
So, I'm going to be less afraid to beat on you.
The only thing I might be concerned with is some class abilities that are swift actions that are meant to be combined with other things. Like, for instance, Paladin's Smite Evil is supposed to be swift action, designate evil target.
Yeah, we'd have to work on those things when they come up. If we were to do the 3 actions. The swift action would be way easier probably to implement. As well as we can go over like maybe a handful of the first level spells and also make them swift actions if they make sense to. True Strike.
Fucking True Strike.
Because
Fucking yes,
True
yes,
Strike as
please.
a fucking swift action actually makes goddamn sense. And since it's a leveled spell in Pathfinder, it doesn't bother me if you burn all your spells on True Strike.
Yep. And I mean, even if you use it as a swift action. Oh wait, no, the leveled thing was for the 3 action economy, right?
Nope, it would be for both. Because
Well, yeah, because it's well, yeah.
Yeah, it would be if I were to allow leveled spells to be unlimited use and change any leveled spells to being a swift action, it would be a shitstorm.
Fair. Also, it would make True Strike really, really busted.
Yep.
Because you could just True Strike Scorching Ray. Or something to that effect.
Yep, and that's why I won't do it.
But yeah, I think that doing the bringing things to swift action is a good idea. Uh but yeah, if there's a lot more swift actions to deal with, um if we were to get an option to um drop actions to swift actions, that would be great.
Yes, you can always drop down. Pathfinder core rules say you can drop a standard into a move action down to a swift action.
Okay.
Yep. So that's already there. So we don't have to change anything there. Yes, you can give up your move and take a swift, or you can give up your standard for a swift action. So you could take a turn and have 3 swift actions.
Yeah,
And just be a
I
cantrip cannon.
I totally did not realize that for this whole previous campaign, and that's why I never did a bardic performance and a ship change at the same time,
You
ever.
Yeah, you can do that. You can't
Okay.
trade up. You
I-
can only trade down.
So, I was under the impression that you only ever got 1 swift action on your turn ever. That might just be because of how immediate actions function outside of your turn.
Yes, immediate actions are a little bit different than swift actions.
Yeah, they eat your swift action for your next turn.
Yep.
Okay.
They do, but immediate actions have the thing of you can do them whenever.
Yeah.
That's
They're
why they
basically-
have a penalty.
Basically Baldur's Gate reaction.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I figure that it would be good to relatively keep the action economy we've got, but just drop some things to Swift that would make sense.
It's like they have this whole 40-page document, and they just keep voting to keep things mostly the same.
I'm not against it. This is why I brought it up. Cantrips will be primarily swift. True Strike is going to be swift to make it a useful spell. If we got other suggestions, level 1 spells we can discuss. We will not do any higher levels because I said so.
Well, unless they're already there.
Yeah.
Because there are some that are just, hey, this is randomly a Swift for some reason.
Yeah,
Hey,
but there
like
are
a lot of
spells that are
ranger
full
spells.
round for range.
Sir, don't you dare take my finales away from me.
Nope, I won't take your finales away. Don't worry, Key. I'm
You're
getting
gonna want
petted.
those.
Let's see. Next, and the last thing I have on my list that I remember to write down, I'm sure there was something else. Battle map. Squares or hexagons?
I mean, I'm down for either one.
I I want to try hexagons, but I don't know how the others feel.
Viv and Taya.
I have no strong opinions in either direction.
Oh, actually, hear me out. Hear me out. At your discretion. Like whichever one you want for like based on the world or whatever. Just take your pick when you want to do which one or the other.
I like that.
Any opinions yourself, Ix? Or it's Viv?
I kind of like Var's idea. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I'm all for that.
Okay, the only reason why I was considering doing hexagons because hexagons, A, is just easier to move in. Counting hexagons is easier than squares because diagonal movement is a thing.
Mm-hmm.
Medium creatures are easier to flank. Creature size is harder to deal with, but they can also do more funky things.
Yes, they
Because
can.
within reach, but not within reach becomes a thing where I get to do.
Oh,
You happen to just be on the edge of something, half damage time.
and
I get to do fringe damage.
there's a lot of 3-dimensional hex maps that you can get for Tabletop Simulator. Because BattleTech maps would count.
Yep.
Vibrates in Lancer system.
Yes.
Well, thank God none of you are flying this time. I don't have to deal with you guys flying too often. But yes, there would be ways of doing stacks. Now, like we couldn't have done it before. It's just hexagons. Just hexagons or bestagons.
I'm cool with it.
We can give it a try. If people hate it, we go back.
Quietly stares at 3rd level paladin spells.
And yay, fringe damage. Cool. Those are all the things I wanted to bring up and throw in as I get cheesed again.
Oh dear.
Tasty
So
cheese.
just cheese to meet you.
Sounds very cheesy. What a cheesy joke. The pets. I'll take the pets. Alright, we ready to actually create characters?
Probably.
Sweet, we are... As soon as this box is off my head. Come on, get off. Forget it. Alright. Let's go ahead and start with stats. Everybody's got their 68s. Did you guys pre-read the rules?
Or 8d6s.
8d6s. So here's how we do stat rolling. We're going to start with 8 in each stat, and I'm going to have you guys roll 8d6. Ooh, green dice.
I'm keeping it.
All right.
Woo. That's not terrible.
Yeah.
Well, I've now discovered what's not locked.
Okay, hold on. I'm back. I had to go grab my food.
If somebody
Look at these dice. Look at these dice.
Yeah, I would keep that. Viv, go ahead and roll your d6s. We're getting to character creation.
Oh, okay. 1 sec. I'm setting up spot for my piece.
This thing fell on the thing and went from a 6 to a 1.
Sad. Go ahead and re-roll it because it went off the table.
I can't wait to get all sub.
And of course, now it's
Careful.
completely in the middle.
Look at that. Actually, that's better than I thought it was.
All right, so you guys do have the choice here. You can either A, reroll all ones in the array, reroll the entire array, or you can keep what you have rolled and you will get a bonus on. I'm going to go ahead and call them what they're actually called first, seals, but we all know that they're going to be pronounced scales.
Yep.
Later. I've heard a couple of keeps already.
I'm
gonna
keep.
Mine-
Keep. I think mine's a keep. I rolled above it.
I'm going to re-roll my ones.
Reroll
Your
them
bunch of
once.
By
Yeah,
the
2
way,
ones,
Era,
oof.
in game related, I put the Savnos thing for approval.
Well, they're not ones.
Yeah.
Perfect. I will look at the Savnos things here in a moment.
pizza time.
So I've got to download it.
Okay. Before I move these, just in case I accidentally do a wrong thing, I'm gonna type down what these are in descending order. 5, 5,
I'm just not touching.
4, 4, 3, 2.
Looks good to me,
Yeah.
Key.
Okay, I needed to be sure.
Yep. So here's how this works from here. As soon as I re-pull up my rules and get out of the later application you guys might be filling out. What you do is you start with 8 in each array. And you can take a total of one of the dice rolls and add it to any one of your stats. Once the dice is used, you set it aside.
Okay.
So basically, TLDR, since you got a 2 on that board, Viv, and I see only 1 2 on that board, let's say you add 2 to your strength, you no longer have access to that tool. 2.
Yeah.
You
I
got?
figured.
Yep. Makes sense to everybody?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Neat. I stole this from, I think, Reddit, so thank you, Reddit. An alternate, more balanced rolls. And then I continued to break it by adding a couple of additional dice for you. Or, yeah, I think I did 1 or 2 more than suggested.
Let's see.
I need to figure out where I want to put any of them.
Can we just take a moment to actually appreciate what my dice array wound up being?
Oh, what'd you get?
I got 2 2s, 2 3s, 2 4s, 2 5s.
Tygo, look over at mine.
6 6
I
5 5
almost-
4 4 2 3.
Oh, I messed up my dice. I got a 6, 2 5s, 2 4s, 2 3s, and a 1.
I got 3 5s, 2 4s, 2 3s, and a 2.
I'm not like saying I got amazing rolls. I'm just
No,
saying I got.
It's funny though. Yeah.
Yeah, I got 2 3 4 5 2 3 4 5.
Yep. But yeah, I'm saying I almost had that if I would have rolled either a 3 or a 2.
Now I know it says it can't go over 20, but can you add more than 2 dice to one stat?
Yes,
Yeah.
you can
Yes.
add as many dice as you want. You just can't go over 20 on your base.
I don't know what I want. I mean, I guess Dex is going to be my main stat, so.
For Yokai Hunter, you're being a bladesman, though, aren't you?
No, I'm a natural attacker.
Strength then.
Well, no, because I have weapon finesse.
Then yes, Dex.
And
Oh,
this is before
crap.
racial adjustment, correct?
Yes, this
Yeah.
is before
Yes.
racial adjustment. And crap, I've got a Dex based party.
I'm a strength bowman.
Good. We can get you composite bows. Composite bows are amazing.
I just need to look something up because I know I had feats and stuff
Okay,
planned
so
out to help me with this.
I think I'm going to put ease, Dex.
And that
this
way, I
rest.
get strength damage instead of getting nothing to damage.
To answer your question, Mala, they've had months to come up with character concepts. I gave them some pre-warnings about what kind of game this was months ago. That's why everybody has an idea at this table.
Well, that and I have a literal folder of character ideas. So.
Yep, he does. Kia's been working on his entire thing. Like, he's writing out a literal document for his people.
I
he created
actually
his
have
race.
the document. I can put it in game related.
You can, or you could toss it in the server if you'd like. If you want to share it openly.
Not yet.
Okay.
I will.
Some
I will
players have, because this is the city of Twilight and everybody's from different planets and different spheres and different this and different that, were given the option of creating their entirely own worlds as they wished. And Key ran away with it because he's also a DM and can't stop himself.
I can't help it. I love world
I've been
building.
surprisingly as this session has been going on, my brain has actually been like working on where I wanted my character to come from and like that.
Yep, that's the way it goes. Some people are also really good at ad-libbing. I'm one of those people. We'll all have a bunch of ideas, but I'll sit down at the game table. I'll look at the group and be like, "What are y'all playing? Oh, you're a fighter. You're our healer. You're our ranger. I'm gonna be this suddenly," and I just spam out a character because the party needs a rogue, and I'm just like, "Well, I want to be a rogue, but I want to be this type of rogue, and I don't want to be the common type of rogue. So I'm gonna give myself these quirks, and then I'm gonna give myself slightly or slight assassin traits because of XYZ." Bing. I got a
Sounds like
really good angle of the map, by the way, where if you're at this thing, you can look at the map from like several degrees, and the castle still looks like it's in the right place. It's weird.
it's great. Also, it sounds like you enjoy spheres of power.
Yes. I don't like the temporariness of it, but I very much usually let everybody else come up with a character before I do because I always play the fill hole. And if I
Ah.
really don't know what to play, I play a druid because druids make really good fill holes.
Heh.
They do. Ask Baldur's
Insert.
Gate 3.
I was about to make the joke.
But they do. They
Halson.
don't make the greatest rogues, but they can put into it. But they can be a healer. They can be a main magic DPS. They can be a tank as needed. They can also be a buff speller. So it's like if you're ever going into a D&D game and you're just like, I don't know what to play, just play a druid. You'll find your place in the party.
Okay, so I'm fiddling around with which one of these I want to put in which, and this this could be some nonsense of uh the 2 6s in Dex and the 2 5s in Charisma.
Sounds like Fret neglecting everything else.
I'm definitely putting 2 of my 5s and a 2 into my decks.
Neat. Bear in mind, I do have rules for leveling stats later, but
Yeah.
you can definitely do what you want. While you guys are determining stats, I'm going to be right back myself. I need to feed a cat,
I definitely need to get con.
and I need a more water.
So I think I put a 5 and a 3 into con. That's 6. I am definitely strength is obviously my dump stat because I'm not putting any really to be honest. Uh
Right. I don't need to worry about heavy armor limiting my dex bonus to hit. It only limits my dex bonus to AC.
my issue is that I have negatives to charisma and wisdom with my race.
Oh.
Oh, right.
So, but I have 2 4s, so I could bump those up to a 10 each. So I at least don't have negatives there. Or
So-
I could put both 4s into my wisdom and just leave charisma as a negative.
Hmm.
But I kind of want to like make use of intimidate.
So
Yeah,
my
it's
ending stat array: 10 strength, 14 dex, 10 con, 20 intelligence, 14 wisdom, 10 charisma.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think I'm gonna even out wisdom and charisma.
Well, okay. So hear me out. Um, if you need somebody intimidated, you could just sick Fred on them.
True, but I'm also like Fret's mouth.
Yeah, but Fred doesn't need to be verbal in order to scare the shit out of people.
Fair. Okay, so I guess either dump my last remaining 4 into either int or wisdom.
Because Fred is going to have a intimidate of 9
Nice.
to begin with.
What are your how many skills you got?
Bard. So I've got 7 skill points to work with.
Okay, I've got 8 if I just even out my intelligence.
Hmm.
So I don't think I need any more int skill points unless I want to like pick up extra lit.
Well, okay. So I could swap around a few things here. Let's see. I'll take this out of wisdom and put it in strength. And take my 4 out of strength because I don't need to be strong. I can just go as an 8 strength.
That's what I'm doing because I get a +2. I care.
Hmm.
I said that's basically what I did. I get a +2 to strength, so it's like, all right, strength is even. Don't care anymore.
Oh, well, I've got a negative to strength though, is the problem.
Yeah,
So
no.
I'm having to put a 2 in it so that it's not a catastrophic negative.
So I'm gonna put that into con. So I have a
Oh, hi,
con
Meryl.
modifier.
And then
Yeah. So
4
enter
here.
wisdom. I'm a ranger, so probably wisdom. Yeah.
Yeah. Because that's your casting stat, right?
Yes. So that is going to go up
Ow.
16, which means after modifier, it's going to be 14.
I'm getting pelted this stream, jeez.
Oh
Oh,
no.
Everybody found the tennis balls. I thought I hid them and ate them all, but apparently I didn't.
So, my stats currently are after racial modifiers: 10 strength, 22 dex, 16 con, 11 int, 14 wisdom, and 6.
Nice.
I'm debating this because I'm basically ending up with a very similar stat array to Darren at the moment.
He kind of was almost a paladin, really, honestly.
Yeah, but that's because of the way I played him.
What?
I got killed.
No, but yeah, if I leave my stat array the way it is, including racial bonuses, I have a 17 in strength, an 18 in dex, and then 11s and 10s in con, int, and wisdom, and then 14 in charisma because I'm a paladin. I have to have some charisma for my abilities to do anything.
Ow.
Isn't wisdom your casting
No, it's
stat?
charisma.
Nope,
It's charisma. Charisma.
Charisma.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Why do you think Florius was so handsome? Other than the fact that he was just the best looking null ever made.
I'm
Would it
also
would it be better to swap your dex into your charisma a little bit?
I believe he still needs dex to hit for his bow, though.
I do, but I have both my 4s in my charisma and both my 5s in my dex, and I can swap them. The main reason I'm doing so much into my charisma is because my species has a -2 to charisma.
Hey!
We do not interact well with the fleshies.
So the mute is the one that's going to. Oh god,
And
the high
let's
charisma.
think, my charisma is worse because hey, I'm a predator. I'm a sentient predator species. Guess what our civilization is like?
I mean, meanwhile, I took the Android template and smacked it with a hammer to be Magitech infused humans.
I mean,
And you can all imagine what the game was like. Yes, what penalty should we give the emotionless machine?
Charisma.
yeah, the only thing I worry about is not putting more into Constitution. But I could take a 3 away from my strength and still have 14 strength and add it to my con and then have 14 con.
I dropped.
Yeah, if
I
you're
dropped
gonna be
2 4s on my con.
if you do primary bow as far as well,
It's gonna be. I believe
can-
Kai is going towards composite bow, which means strength
Yes.
damage.
Yeah, he's going to be a strength
Yeah.
bowman, so having a high strength is a good thing for him.
Yeah.
He's
and
also
with-
not going charisma pally.
I'm not. But I do need some amount of charisma because I get things like Divine Grace later, which adds my charisma to my saves, and if that's shitty, then there's problems.
Yeah. Not to mention smite for that little bit extra hit and damage. All that
Okay,
good stuff.
so we were
Um,
talking about various tech levels before stream.
Yes.
Is there somewhere I can get a reference on what these various tech levels are?
Fuck, that's one of the sections I forgot to bring up because there's a couple of sections I'm going to have to tell you guys, and then somebody please remind me to add it to the book. I'm doing tech levels based on era of human eras. So we got tech level 0, which is or tech level null is going to come first, where there is no like actual like tribal anything quite yet. Tech
no
level
civilization.
Yep, tech level 0 is when you're going to see the initials of civilization, where you get the AK the caveman era.
Basically,
Tech
the
level
Stone Age.
null is tech level null is they cannot return to monkey because they have not yet left monk.
Yes, exactly. Very well. That is. We need to include
That's
that quote.
amazing.
That's going to be all right. Yeah, that's
Somebody
the
clip that.
description of null. Yeah,
Yep.
Somebody clipped that. It was great.
Tech level 1 is going to be when they start to develop basic society, and
Bunga bunga.
very specifically when they first start to farm, or
So essentially, Stone Age.
yes, early Stone Age. I don't remember what it's called in human society off the top of my head without referencing my goddamn books, but it's basically the time when they begin to domesticate other things, plants or
Yeah, no.
animals or something that is the backbone of all society. Tech
But-
level 2 is when they first form something larger than a town or a city and begin basically the Bronze Age, where they start producing tools that are not made of stone. Tech level 3 is when they move into the Iron Age and more of the medieval style of city states, organized governments that go beyond the city states, actual countries and borders and stuff like that. Tech level 4 is the Industrial Revolution up until modern day. Tech level 5 is modern day. When they start to really gain a mastery of their particular spheres of physics and figure out ways of abusing it in ways that most societies don't make it to. Tech level 6 is a step beyond that, close to leaving sphere, basically, levels of stuff. So it's your basic sci-fi movie nonsense, where they're still within the solar system. If there are other planets, they start to try and colonize those. Level 7 is when they've left their sphere and discovered that the spheres and every star around them also has life, and either colonized other spheres or become an intergalactic city state, basically. If that makes sense. Star
Okay.
Trek.
Yeah, okay, so tech level 7 is Star Trek, tech level 6 is Blade Runner.
Blade Runner without the stupid vampire killing section.
Did you just confuse Blade Runner with Blade?
No, I made a bad joke.
I could hear the condemnation in Tyago's voice.
I know, and
No, it
I
was
know
more
a bunch of
confusion.
people that were going to be. I was hoping somebody get pissed off. Oh, somebody clipped it. Now I'm in trouble. That's gonna end up on Twitter. But yes, in essence, it's basically the point where whatever species has begun to leave their own planet to the point where they're colonizing others and have the possibility of crossing over. It's basically between today and when we finally settle our asses on Mars. Oh, you, the monkey thing. Yes, the monkey thing is a good clip.
Yeah.
Yes. Is that a good enough explanation? Did I word vomit the right way?
Yeah, we got it.
Okay,
we
good.
get it.
Sweet. This is why I use ChatGPT so much and Key for editing purposes, because I will word vomit. No, it was a bad joke, Epic. Nobody needs to hear it. It was so bad that apparently I just caused confusion.
Yeah.
Wow.
Back.
Okay, so adjusting my scores,
I
I can
forgot
end
I'm
up
full
with.
BAB.
Yep. When it comes to strength and dex, I can have a 19 or a 16 in either of them. But I've got it, so now I have 13 con because I want the HP. Thank you, please. 10 for HD is not enough. I've got a 10 in int, and 11 in wisdom, mostly because I don't want to have a negative in wisdom, and a 12 in charisma, so I have something positive.
I'm gonna swap around these dex and charismas. I'm gonna do 20 dex, 22 charisma because of Kitsune modifiers.
Are you guys liking this method of stat rolling, by the way?
Yeah, this is kind of neat. Kind of neat. But everyone ended up like relatively above average, which is kind of nice.
Neat.
Let's see.
It's because I added an additional dice to the base pool.
Yeah.
Which is helpful. It means that terrible dice rolls are not going to immediately shaft you.
But yeah, so I've got 9 strength, 20 dex, 10 con, 12 int, 12 wisdom, 22 charisma.
All I gotta say is one of my first level abilities is never gonna see you.
Oh.
Wild empathy.
Oh.
That requires my charisma bonus.
I mean, I don't know. Negatives of charisma can be absolutely beneficial when speaking to the right creature. If something has a matching culture to yours, your negative might actually be a positive.
True, but it essentially functions as a diplomacy to improve the attitude of a creature towards me. And it's 1d20 plus my ranger level plus my charisma to determine the check.
Perfect. It sounds like people got their stats done, though, correct? At least for now.
Yeah, my stats are done.
If you
How
guys
dare.
got your dice rolls noted down, you can change them up until first session.
Okay.
Just let me know. In the meantime, let's go on to languages and other such things. So, you guys get a unique experience where you guys get to go ahead and choose your languages as you always do, except there's a caveat. Common in one world is not going to be the same as common in another world.
Fair.
Except for the core languages listed in the document, which I believe everybody should have access to. There are, I think, 4 or 5. Yes. No, there's a handful. The following languages are more universal and may have changed over the years, but still share a similar core and are nearly universal. Unless you have True Speak, which none of you should. Celestial, Abyssal, Infernal, Primordial, Draconic, Protean, Sylvan, and the 4 majority planar languages are similar enough to the point where if you share similar one or have those, you guys can still understand each other in these tongues. All other languages are too different unless you guys will take the time to actually learn the slang differences between them, if that makes sense.
I mean, yeah, okay.
So basically, choose languages and then give them a flair, put it to the side.
Well, fortunately, Sylvan is a Kitsune natural
Vibrating.
language.
Yep.
Let's see.
And Fret's from Olorun, so he gets to have the fun chance of deciding what kind of flair Olorun has for the other parts.
My character is from an ocean world, so he knows Aquan by default.
On a side note, after you guys have chosen languages, you all will have Twilight.
Okay.
It
My
is a bonus
character's name is
language.
Gerhard, which means he's German.
Yep, that sounds great to me.
I'm gonna do Aquan for my bonus language so that I can converse with my cat shark friend.
Understood.
What do I want my bonus? Draconic. Dur.
I don't
That
get a
ties in with
bonus
one of the things
language.
I
My
wanted.
int bonus is 0.
You still get Twilight added.
Yes, I know.
Yep.
But I only know my language and I know Twilight. And they're similar enough that y'all probably won't even notice when I swap.
Oh, that's right, because your character's base language is Shay, isn't it?
Yeah, their language is based in the Shay root.
Yep.
It is still its own language, but it has enough shared roots with Twilight that it was so easy for him when it came to the language.
It was just the Draconic bits that you had trouble with. If you guys want to know what Twilight sounds like, there's a language section in the book. Those that are in my server can go and look at the book.
Because Aquan is one of the because cat shark's language. What would be common in Aquan, but instead of common, a subset of cat.
Sure.
Catfolk.
The question is, was your race the dominant species on your planet?
On their in the particular ocean that they resided in, yes.
Gotcha. So common is probably a different language on your planet still.
Yes.
Gotcha.
A lot of catfolk learn common, but they do not start with it.
Yep.
Which is something, my character is going to have to learn.
Neat.
Catfolk. How do I want to differentiate it from cat modifier? Do I?
So, Taya, question for you.
Yeah.
Since you're starting off with German, does that mean that your character probably also knows something like French and Swedish and English because reasons? And you're gonna come up with anagrams?
You lost me on that last bit.
Not anagrams. Analogies.
I'm still lost. I'm not getting the joke.
It's actually not a joke. I was basically asking, are you going to find the Pathfinder equivalent of English, Nordic, and other languages typically used by Germans and the scientific languages, such as French and Swedish, or what is the scientific language that everybody always uses for animals?
Latin.
Thank you, Latin.
I mean, for all intents and purposes, he basically speaks Earth.
Ah. Earth. What
Which,
a weird
for all
place.
intents and purposes, is English.
Oh, so Terran.
Yeah. English
No,
is Terran.
not the language of Earth creatures. Just the language of the planet Earth.
Are
Oh,
you
which is
certain?
English.
Because some of us act like we have rocks in our heads.
As Nail said, we must speak the universal language, English.
Yes. English, the universal language that is actually not the most spoken language in the world.
It's really not.
It
It's
is not the
third
most
language.
commonly spoken primary language in the world.
Mandarin.
Yeah, that is the most commonly spoken primary language in the world.
Yes.
Can't imagine why with how many people live in China.
Yeah, the difference is, I believe the majority of, well, not the majority, the most commonly spoken language in the world is English, but for most of the world, it's a secondary language.
English is such a terrible language. Why did we choose this language to be the primary? Somebody fix this.
Also, Viv,
Three languages in a trench coat, three smaller languages in a trench coat trying to get into the adult movies.
Hey, Viv,
Yeah.
Um, you speak a dialect of catfolk, right? So, do you speak Muriar?
You're free to name it.
That's what I'm working on, is a name for it.
Yeah, Muriar. That's the
Okay.
language that Mishka speaks.
Mishka. Oh, right, her. Honestly forgot about. How do you spell that?
Hold on.
Go find that.
Mriaer.
R.
Mriaer.
Okay,
Mriar.
perfect. And I just put catfolk in parentheses to it. And Aquan and Twilight.
Yep.
Excellent.
Twilight is a bonus language. You learned it after or coming to the city.
Cool.
Mainly in this little southern town. If you want to learn more about the towns and stuff like that, they're in a section in the book.
Riar is terribly hard to speak outside of water, by the way.
So's Aquan.
Exactly.
Just gotta get some create water going and drown yourself while you're trying
No,
to talk.
part of catfolk is body language too. So, because that's a lot of how cats communicate is body language.
Yeah.
You need the three-dimensional space of an ocean to really make this work. Otherwise, you're missing small details.
Aww.
Small, quick swing at the British. The British can't even destroy things properly.
The British can't do anything properly other than be idiots.
The
If they
Brits
have
are
bad
great at
notes.
starting things. The Brits never finish anything. As the punk movement. That was a swing, and I should feel bad.
Ouch.
Or I don't
Hey, I've
know,
got
World
British
War II
friends.
or World War One. I got British
Hey.
friends too. They're in the chat. This is why I'm saying these things out loud, because I'm giving them shit live right now.
I'm pretty sure my British friends would just agree.
I know at least two of
Britain
my British
conquered-
dudes would.
Britain conquers the entire world for spices. Doesn't use any.
They have some of the least appetizing food I've ever.
Hey, now beans on toast
Ugh.
works,
Oh.
except
I so want to
Barely.
go history buff on Malo right now, but I'm going to be nice and not say those things out loud.
Actually, minor question, Era.
Yes.
Which version of hyperstable is preferable? Just flat once a day, minute per level, or minutes per level per day, but in 1 minute increments?
1 minute increments is my preference, and I'll give it to you because reasons. It has
Okay.
absolutely nothing to do with the fact that you're a paladin of the person that runs this place, and probably one of the people that actually just generally leaves him alone.
Look, if Arabane wants his company, Arabane will drop by. And possibly also get more bread.
I have a question.
I have possibly an answer.
So, since I'm a medium-sized quadruped, Fred
Mhm.
could absolutely use me as a mount. And could I use my ride check to help with?
As a sentient being, depending on how much you love me, maybe.
That answer should be obvious by now, Era.
Yes, I know.
Aw.
I'm fishing for compliments. Not very well. Apparently, my bait got lost. But
I saw your bait. I dodged it.
yes, you did, just like a proper kitty shark. But then you're gonna come up for pets later, so I guess I should just give it to you, huh?
Yes.
Oh.
Like a fucking cat. I don't want your attention. Oh, you looked away. Here's some love. But you're looking at me. No love for you. Oh, now that you're not looking, here's some love. Yeah, you can. You can definitely, since you're an intelligent creature and allows somebody to ride you, and you could definitely make earnest attempts to make sure that the person on your back stays on your back. I'm
Cool.
pretty sure Dragon Riders have rules for that anyways from 3.5.
Cool, because I didn't know what to put this last skill point in.
No, you got ride.
Yeah. And because it doesn't require
Ah.
me to actually hold on to things,
Cheers.
the negative doesn't apply. Yeah.
I will say there are some British food that's actually good, but if the moment that you put beans anywhere on your plate on breakfast, I'm out.
I have some very good checks. Damn.
Is Scotch eggs considered a British food, or is that a Scottish thing?
American.
It is?
Hmm.
I'm shocked.
Us Americans give fucking country names to a lot of our food. Like Belgian waffles are not from Belgium or Belgium. Most Mexican that we quote unquote eat is Tex-Mex,
Tex-Mex.
which is Texas, not Mexican. Most Chinese food that you get at a Chinese restaurant is not Chinese at all. So don't be surprised. Scotch eggs are not an
No,
invention of English.
it is an English thing.
Is it? Really?
Yeah.
I thought that was American. Because I thought
No,
the same people that did deviled eggs were the reason.
created in a London department store. In 1738.
Well, there you guys go. You got one thing that I absolutely love from England.
So, Vari, guess how good my disguise, where is it? My disguise check is.
Negative.
It's negative, but guess how negative?
I'd imagine, what, like 3?
It's a -6.
How?
I
What?
have a racial negative to disguise checks.
Oh, well, yeah, because you're, what, you gonna,
Yeah, what am I gonna look? Yeah, I'm just gonna look like another cat shark. Let's fucking go. Yep, no, I'm the only one on this planet. Nah, it wasn't me. It was the other guy.
By the way, if anybody over there in my Discord chat wants a Blue Sky invite code, I got one.
Cool.
I need to figure out alignment. Yeah, I'll worry about that later.
I'm going, well, or rather, Fret was, chaotic neutral to begin with.
You are chaotic neutral.
Yeah.
Like, that's your default freaking start.
Let's see. I'm gonna really quickly go take my medication here in a moment, but before I do, the next part is figuring out what you do in the city now that you guys are technically immortal beings broken from the cycle. Do you guys understand what the cycle is and what have you, right?
Roughly.
So the rough rundown of the cycle is that everything that is created via the positive energy plane or whatever equivalent eventually is consumed by the entropy of the negative energy plane or equivalent and sent back into the antipode and then back out the positive energy.
Mhm.
In other words, the cycle of life and death and reincarnation and all that.
The
nonsense.
life stream.
Yes. Whatever equivalent you need that helps you parse the information. We are no longer part of that cycle. We have been thrown out of it for one reason or another, generally pertaining to our backstory. Like touching things we aren't supposed to, being partially consumed and slain by a particularly powerful fey creature, or so on and so forth. Touching books and or reading things we are not supposed to and learning all knowledge there is and then losing it. Being sucked into a black hole, even. Whatever the case, we either got flung to the edges of twilight here or were collected by the cough before we could be broken up enough that we couldn't be whole again. And now we're kind of immortal, and time here is wonky and weird. And we need a place or a purpose. Otherwise, our soul is going to, or our soul body, because we are now outsiders effectively, is going to degrade, and we will eventually just sort of become soul bits, quintessence, and probably be made into something else. Twilight's equivalent of angels is adorable, and much less holier than thou.
Long story made short, what something happened in your or one of your mortal lives and one of your playthroughs of the universe where you got ejected, deleted by a
Yeah,
god or something.
Fret kind of ended up dying in a pocket dimension that wasn't actually connected to reality and such, and yeah, that fun stuff.
I have not figured out how my character made.
These things can be dramatic and big. These things could be as simple as it just happened. Because a 1 in a billion chance when there's a billion planets and bazillions of people, because yes, I'm going to use that word professionally, means it happens more often than you think.
I mean,
Also,
yeah.
It could.
also, my cat shark is going to acclimate to Twilight fairly easily, considering the main deity that they worship is a
Is a what?
brine dragon.
Oh.
Meanwhile,
I wanted to use the brine dragon character idea I made for the dragon campaign as my backup.
The heavy metal dragon. Got it.
basically, Gerhard Volt is here for this reason, as depicted on my stream.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Yes, Epic, that would be one of the ways. Do the vampires in the city glow in the sun? No. Nobody glows in this universe at all. Nobody sparkles in the sunlight. No vampires do, at least. Unfortunately, that whole existence that created that got yeeted out into the nothing and nobody helped them.
But the question
Good.
is, what about federal agents? Do they glow in the dark?
Only sometimes.
Oh god. Are they like the weird ghoulish vampo zombies from Cassette Beasts?
No, they're like a glow stick. You gotta break them and shake them first.
Also, for anyone who didn't guess from my explanation, I'm the one who got sucked into a black hole that wasn't a black hole.
Yep, you guys are free to share these stories amongst you guys, because your characters will know each other, specifically. So you guys are allowed to create your background stories together and whatnot, and how you ended up in Twilight. I know that it sounds like Viv's character saved Vari's character from the nothing, after probably a collapse of an extra-dimensional space.
Does fey creatures and liminal space.
But yeah, you guys can basically decide what do you do here in the city of Twilight now to kind of deal with the whole you don't exist anymore kind of thing. Because you technically don't exist anymore. We know that Key's character is going to be a baker.
I also am a town guard.
Because Key's character cannot sit still for more than 3 minutes.
Look, I need something to distract me from my trauma.
Most people do here. That's why people have day jobs.
Not for money, just to escape suffering.
I can assume that Taya's character is probably either going to be involved with the education system that is available here, or the observatory, or one of the more experimental sections that's heavily fucking sanctioned.
Let's face it, he might be the reason for a couple of those sanctions.
Wouldn't be a surprise. But yes, discuss what you guys do in town, because pretty soon here I do have a world building exercise and a character building exercise that we can go through. But you guys probably want some base details before I spam an application at you. Burb, I'm gonna go take my medication. And get cheese thrown at me while I'm gone, inevitably.
You see, the way Gerhard sees it is almost actually the opposite. Not so much that he doesn't exist, so much as he has attained a new level of existence. Which means there is so much more to learn.
And I'm thinking, I haven't even decided on my character's yet.
So, Fret was originally a navigator. That was his shtick, but with lack of airships
Hey.
traversing a mist-covered sky, that might not be practical anymore.
I have points in nature and geography, so perhaps I'm a very, very explorer.
Oh, what?
A abyssal depths explorer, essentially. Like
A
the deep trenches of the
a
ocean.
guide. A guide.
Kind of, except he doesn't really. They're not really going to be guiding people. It's closer to like, is this area safe? If yes, we'll send word back. If no, figure out why it's not safe. See if I can do it myself. If I can't, go off and bring backup.
Means you probably would have also been in the guard? Question mark.
Yeah, probably.
And yeah, with profession navigation, I suppose yeah, Fret could be a city guide.
Yeah, that would be
there
best for Fret, I think.
there is a district called the Whimsical Wharves.
What is that?
If you go into the document,
Let me find it. There it is.
yes, there's an entire section on the city itself as well as its surroundings. The wharves. What number are they? They're number 16.
Yeah, I see it.
It's not a conventional port, but there's an implication of like canals and traveling like aquatic travel things. So knowing how to navigate through the city using those canals is probably a thing in and of itself.
Yeah, that's probably something my character would know as well if it involves water.
It does. It's kind of like a fake port. Think, God damn it, was that city
Venice.
where they. Thank you. Thank you for saving me, Viv.
I knew exactly where you were going the moment you went. It's kind of like I'm like, yeah, Venice.
Yeah, it's. And by the way, thank ChatGPT because I did not know what to put there. And it was like, you needed wharf. And I was like, there's no water. It's like, well, there's canals then. And I'm like, okay, that makes sense. Fine.
I mean,
You win.
useful.
No, a great tool for a navigator is in this city because of its ambiguous and what is the word that I kept on using for it? There was a word I was using for it, but I forgot it, so it doesn't matter right now. Because of its weird nature, and its obscure nature, being a guide vari and knowing streets that exist and knowing places that exist is actually extremely beneficial to the point where you will get paid just to walk people places. Or you could be one of the bus drivers for the tail wagons.
Ah,
Or you
Right.
could also possibly team up with Viv and be one of the mounted riders that drags a cart around like a taxi.
Except I only do it
oh.
for the water.
A water taxi in that particular
I-
district is a thing.
I drag boats.
Oh, Fret is not gonna be wanting to do that. So yeah, he's gonna do the navigation thing, showing people around, taking them to places, taking
So
them to go grocery shopping.
perfect. Last part of character creation then, since you guys got your ideas of cities, and we'll get into the rest of your guys' knowing each other and everything else shortly because I've got a tool for that where you guys get to learn about each other's characters.
Oh no.
How you guys learn your character or knew each other and decided to become a recaller is something that you'll have to come up with outside the application, but there is an application. Now it's time for your initial scales. Once again, they're technically called seals, but people in the city seem to have a sick sense of humor since everybody's facing very bad trauma, then began to call it scales, which pisses Arabane off. You guys get a total of 750 initial scales to use, and if you did not take the reroll, which I believe 3 of you did, you get an additional 100. Now, when it comes to scales, there is a section on this. I'm just going to explain this simply. If it costs less than a scale, I actually forgot to take the meds, so I will do that in a moment. If it costs less than a gold piece, it either costs a gold piece or you got to add up to a gold piece and then spend it. But if you guys look at the scale section and then go below it underneath rules adjustments, there's a leveling and advancing where you can also use these scales to boost stats, skills, and other things. This is the primary money of Twilight. It is both your experience and your money. If you guys want to read more into it, there is an economy section up above that you can read, and it also includes a description of what the scale looks like.
Okay, so important question then.
Mm-hmm.
A piece of chalk is 1 copper.
Yep.
So does that so is that if I was to say want 100 pieces of chalk, is that 1 scale worth, or is that 100 scales worth?
It'd be 1 scale worth. It's
Okay,
basically, if you go into the shop and say, I need chalk, they're going to be like, here's a box of 100 for a scale. If you go,
Cool.
I just want a piece of chalk, they're going to go, okay, that's still 1 scale because we can't downsize.
In other words, there is no reason to not get the full bulk for the cost.
Alternatively, what you can also do is you can get up to that. So let's say that you want chalk, and then you want a whistle, and then you want this, and you want that, and all of it ends up to what would have been a gold piece. It will just be 1 scale instead.
Okay.
This will only become complicated after you guys start playing, because after you guys start playing, you guys are going to be seeing the 1 scale cost a lot. By the way, please make sure you do look over the leveling section at some point in time, because I will not be giving levels or experience. I will only be giving you guys scales.
Yep.
Are we allowed to spend some initial scales to get extra skill points if we want?
Yes. You're allowed to use the scales in any way you wish, including leveling stuff.
Okay. My question is,
Mm-hmm.
because like there are cases where it talks about up to our maximum for the level.
Yes.
Okay, so right now, since I'm level 1, I have 1 skill point in skill.
Yes.
Would I be able to still buy a skill point in a trained skill to up that to 2?
No.
Okay, so it's only up to what your level cap would allow.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Here's a wild question then. I see that BAB is in the list of things.
It is.
As a level 1 bard,
You have a
I don't
BAB
get
of
a
0.
BAB.
Yes. But you can buy up to a fighter's level of BAB. So you can buy up to 1 at level 1.
Okay, so it is up to not just the maximum of your class, but the theoretical native maximum of any.
Bingo bango.
Yep, it is basically it is capped by your hit die.
Yep. So the point of this section was the fact that you guys are not material beings bound by your training. You guys can actually absorb this experience called scales and extrude it whenever you do things. It is the only way that money works in a timeless environment where nothing is real. Because the only thing that is real is your experiences.
It's like, whose line is it anyway?
Indeed.
So
the
scales are made up and the points don't matter.
Except the scales are made up by things you do.
Yep.
So the great part of this is that, yes, you can up your BAB to your current hit dice, and I actually have your saves down there as well, up to your what a monk would get, because monks are the only ones that get good stat or saves.
All around.
Yep.
Because
you guys are capable of transcending normal mortal bounds, but not to a godlike level. You guys can technically make yourselves into paragons during this campaign, where you hit level 10 and you are maxed out on everything. Bear in mind that out of class skills, non-trained skills have a penalty, and there's a couple other rules in there, so make sure to read them and understand them, please. Because I had to put
Yep.
some limiters on you damn guys. Because otherwise, everybody be perfect at everything.
Eventually.
Yeah. It does get more expensive over time, but
On first level, we get max HP for what we would get, right?
Yes.
yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Actually, remembering to take my medication, which is why I got up in the first place.
Squid.
So yeah, I think my first 125 is going to be a BAB because yeah, uh that's that's the thing.
You see, I have nothing that I can get other than I think a will save or a stat point with this.
I look away from
Um
chat. Non-Euclidean, thank you, Epic.
Because I
God.
have full BAB, I have a bunch of fucking skills, and uh like
Buy gear.
so items would be your
Or save
or
them.
or store, yeah, saving them. Be the
true.
first person to level 2.
Uh,
By the way, stream, I believe everybody that is currently listening in is in my chat. The book I keep on referencing is available in PDF download in my Discord for free. It is not a finished book yet. There's more I want to remove and more I want to add. It's just, I'm probably going to stop because I'm a lazy twat. And I'm also, would drive myself insane trying to get everything in here. Because I do still have to cover Broken Souls. Because I don't think I included that in the book. But they do highly suggest reading the economy section because I put some serious effort into that. And ChatGPT took my word vomit and made a sensible sentence out of I need a thing that is real but not real, but is real but is a conceptual piece of equipment or a conceptual quarter-sized piece of something that is a representation of experience made into physical form, and spat out about half of this. And I was like, yes, that was the word I needed. And that is how scale
Okay,
is spelled.
so zero level spells are 25 scales.
Yes, they are. And you can get cantrips from any class with DM permission. Anybody can.
I don't even know what spells I get as a. I don't get cantrips until level 4.
Ranger, you just don't get cantrips normally. Ranger, you get first level spells.
Oh yeah, first level. Yeah. I'm not very-
Eldritch Blast is not in Pathfinder.
It's not. This is correct. That's what kineticists are for.
Yes. Can they get cantrips that do damaging? Yes, but they're all minuscule and never level, so I have no problem being like, yeah, swift action. Yeah, everybody can have cantrips. Eldritch Blast is great.
I might
It's
grab.
nice.
I might grab a cantrip.
Also, Eldritch Blast does not scale as hard as some people think it does.
It doesn't, but I still like Eldritch Blast.
Like, there's ways you can make it really good, but you gotta build for it. There's
Yeah.
better things to do. It's a nice, steady thing, but that's about it.
Once I let you guys get a little bit further into this, though, what time is it? We got a little bit of time to kind of discuss. Here, let me get Google Forms up because we're going to need this very shortly. And I'm going to need... Did we want to do the application now while you guys kind of generally do things, or did you guys want more time to spend your scales?
Well, I mean, it's gonna be a process.
Yep, it is. Which means that you guys can also do it off camera too.
Okay.
Yeah, it's probably better we do it off camera if possible.
You guys ready for the application?
I
I
suppose.
believe so.
Sure.
Don't sound too excited. I built this with the idea that this will help you guys get to know each other's characters, flesh out small details, and also for me to be just kind of a mean DM and be like, you're filling out an application. So there's a group application, there are personal applications. So one person needs to fill out the group application, and one person will also, or everybody else will get access to the group application with the standby of, you'll fill out the parts and I call them out. Because I didn't want to write things a bazillion times. Anybody up for doing the group application?
I mean, I've been told I'm going to be the de facto leader, so I suppose I should.
Are you taking notes? Or no tonight? Because we don't really need notes quite yet.
I mean, I can take notes if you want, but I don't have a document ready.
Nah, we don't need notes. Is everybody okay with Key being the one to do the group part? Or typing out the answers for the group part?
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay. So here's your link, and then I will drop the individual link into game related in our Discord, our private Discord. Once everybody has it up, let me know. Ty, you're free to share the screen if you want, but there's just going to be numbers on the screen.
Click.
Those that have the
yes.
individual application see the words individual at the top. Application
Where
individual
is this
edition.
link?
Game related in the old Nimbus Solar Run chat in my Discord. And you should see things like 2:1, etc., etc., etc.
Yeah.
Yep.
Fantastic. So you guys can decide a little bit more as you go along, or even later, exactly how you met each other and why you all decided to do this. Everybody have it up? It sounds like, I believe I heard 3, so Var, you have it
I've
up,
got
right?
it up.
Yeah, I've got
Perfect.
2:1, 2:2, 2: yeah.
Perfect. So, to start this portion off, the application at first glance resembles an ordinary parchment with its beige textured surface and neat edges. However, upon closer inspection, a faint iridescent shimmer dances across its surface, hinting at its underlying touch of magic. Initially appears to be brief, but a remarkable feature becomes evident as one begins to fill it out. With every answer provided, the parchment subtly and seamlessly expands, revealing new questions, ensuring its capabilities, and all necessary details. The way it lengthens is almost like a gentle unfolding, combining the mundane familiarity of paper with the ethereal charm of its enchantment. At the very top of the group application, which is the only thing that anybody has right now, currently in Key's character's hands, which I believe his name is Last, it says, "Thank you for expressing interest in joining the Recallers. We value your enthusiasm and commitment to our cause. To streamline the selection process, we kindly request that you complete as much of this application as you can. Depending on your responses, further questions may arise during the evaluation process. Your thoughtfulness now will aid, or your thoroughness now will aid in a more effective review later. We appreciate your time and effort and endeavor." Question 1 out of 1. We would like to know how many members you're expecting in this group.
That would be 4, correct?
I believe so. There are 4 people here, and nobody made a duplicate character, so go ahead and do me a favor, enter 4 in there. And
All
then
right.
we move into 1.2, or 1:2. Please provide a name for your group. Beneath the question, there appears to be a handwritten annotation, as if hastily added for emphasis. The first note read, "While humor is appreciated, we urge the applicants to maintain some level of seriousness." The following scribble highlight, and then additional following scribble highlights, Arabane has expressed the wish to not have his name overused in group titles. And then the third one that chimes in with, "Yes, we've all noticed this pronounced tail. Perhaps go aim for a bit more creativity." So, what do you guys want to name your group?
Uh, mm,
Uh,
As the
I
DM
have no
laughs
clue.
evilly in the background.
We're gonna be here for. I haven't even named my character, let alone thought of a name for the group.
I know, and you're gonna have to come up with a name, or we're gonna have to put in the application pretty damn soon here. Name here.
It's that's funny in its own way. Assuming that we are all present for this application thing,
Yep.
uh, my character is going to kind of anxiously do like that nervous laugh thing, which probably sounds just a little bit tinny given they're always wearing that helmet. Uh, and they sort of hold it out to the other 3. You 3 should probably decide.
Fret just kind of shrugs and leans up against a wall and begins tuning his sitar.
Anxiety rises.
Chad is suggesting Trailblazers, except the R is silent.
I would recommend Gerhard and the something.
You wouldn't.
It's not exactly becoming to put one's name in the title of a group.
Well, I will defer to your expertise.
Anxiety rises again.
The cat shard is just thinking very hard, and is obviously rolling a lot of ones. Uh,
We can see the metaphorical smoke and sparks coming out of your ears.
it is that brain is not going anywhere anytime fast.
It once went somewhere fast, but it got left behind later.
Yep.
It went
It ran
to left.
No thoughts, head empty.
There's only water in there.
The cat shark suddenly thinks about seafood and sushi for dinner. He knows a nice sushi place over in the dwarfs.
Oh no. I was not prepared for this.
Epic says, "Call the group undecided to fill later," or anything among those lines.
I'm gonna be completely honest. I'm mostly just trying to think of oceans or goofy names involving something from the ocean, because it's not like my character is used to above ground things.
How about FOF? Fragment not found. Wait, that's FNF. No, I can't use that acronym.
Mm,
Oh,
right in that second.
that would have been great too. Damn.
Yeah, do it. Actually, Fret puts away his sitar and just gestures emphatically.
You like fragment not found?
Fret
Well,
nods.
It's that or foof.
Foof.
F0F. 0 is a not.
Uh, just you're gonna have shifty eyes from the cat shark.
What?
It's a very explosive chemical.
Yes.
I was gonna say, I feel like Gerhardt would know what the chemical composition that
Yes.
is.
Foof,
The
yes.
the devil's kimchi.
Actually, I mean, yes, but no, because Artificer only actually gets 2 knowledge skills, and I haven't put points into,
Chemistry yet?
yeah.
Nope, I'm
Which
gonna
I
have
don't even think
discussions
that's-
about flaws with people later, and I was dead serious about you having the flaw of knowledge everything, but when you fail it epically.
So just
Oh,
can
right.
make any knowledge check with the same knowledge.
Yes. He can make any knowledge check with 1 knowledge skill. It's just if he fails the DC, he has that I know too much moment where he will go on a tangent about something else. And I'm pretty sure Taya can actually play that out.
Possibly.
How should we write this group name?
Ooh, Epic suggested mementos. But I think you guys are going for foof.
Or, fragment not found.
It was supposed to be a play on 404.
I mean, you can still do a 404. Just do F0F.
Yeah, hold on a second.
Yeah,
There's a
FOF.
symbol.
And my character's just gonna pronounce it foof.
Oh, just like an O with the umlaut over top?
Yeah.
No, hold on here. I'm linking in game related.
Names are the hardest. That's why I kind of started off early with the name question. Chat.
Yes.
Because I knew this
That's-
was going to be a hanger, and I was just going to be like, let's just get it out of the way.
I'm going to copy that.
Can you throw it in? Oh. Oh, you're using the proper not symbol. I like it. Oh my
I'm
god, I
glad-
feel validated. By the way, just as a side tangent, I failed a math class because I used the proper 0 and the not symbols.
Wow.
And the teacher did not like the fact that when I would do the 0, I would do the left to right or line through it, and I would do the 7s with the line in it. So I specifically failed a math class because I used 0, and then there was a question where the answer was not or had not in it for some reason. I think the answer was it's not this or something like that, and I used the not symbol, and I failed math because of it.
That's dumb.
Wow.
I'm glad there are people in this group who know how to make those symbols appear, because I can't for the life of me make it happen.
Character map.
I've tried.
Copy paste also just works most of the
Yes,
time.
yeah.
I do. So when I do 1s, I do the top notch and the line at the bottom. So when I do my 7s, I don't do the bottom notch, but I do the line through it the German way. And when I do 0s, I put the line through because I do also in my common handwritten script use not. So, and I have literally failed a math class because of it. All right, so we got a name in. The moment that you guys go ahead and put a name, or actually I have this written out. Why the fuck am I not just reading it? Upon entering the group number and name, 4 additional fields emerge. The fresh question prompts, please provide the name of the individuals of each applicant and indicate their approximate duration in Twilight. Assembling a hand-scrawled note underneath clarifies we recognize the fluid nature of time here, but a rough estimate will suffice. Key, you should see 1:3 etc.
Yes.
Feel free to put in your name, and then we can put in the character's name, except for Viv, who might need to just put in a hashtag or something for later.
Yeah, if I know what I'm gonna call what my characters are gonna call themselves.
Oh, they have a name now?
No, I have no
Oh.
clue what they're called.
Gotcha. Just put in a hashtag so we know it's a later thing.
Yeah, let me find the application. On 2-1, right?
any of
you don't have to put anything in 2-1. Don't worry about that. This is for Key to fill out right now.
Okay.
Oh, ours is still not populated.
Yep,
Yeah.
we'll get there.
Uh,
Just as a side note, for one of my D&D games, we were asked for a group name, and we just decided to go with the Breakfast Club. And now we're epic level, fighting gods, world-renowned adventures that are called the Breakfast Club. And it all became because we were just creating a name that we were going to use underneath false pretenses once.
That is a free company in Final Fantasy XIV that I'm aware of.
of course it is.
They're all Lalafels named various foods.
We were literally the DM was like, okay, you guys got to register yourselves as a mercenary guild for this mission, and you guys are doing it underneath the table, so how are you going to do this? And we were like, we're just going to call her, somebody was like, the Breakfast Club, and we were like, yep, we're the Breakfast Club now. That works, we're done. Lalafels are potatoes. Tasty patatas.
My character is going to ask if anyone has a last name they want applied to this application.
I think Fret technically has a last name.
Fret will scroll out on a chalkboard. Does it really matter now?
Not only do I have a last name I wish appended, I have a title I wish appended. I am Dr. Gerhard Vogt.
How might I spell your last name?
V-O-L-T.
Did you say T?
Volt.
Yes, there's a T at the
Dr.
end.
Volt. Oh, that's perfect. And
That's
my character turns his head to look at Fret. All four eyes blink one at a time.
Can you guess what element he's going to prefer to attach to his weaponry?
Never would've
Zappy.
guessed.
Zap zap.
Rocks.
Yes, he's going to attach rocks to everything! Everything!
It may not necessarily matter to you now, but some of us like having those bits and pieces that are left behind. If you don't want it on this application, we will just leave your first name, or a preferred name if you would rather not use your real one.
Epic, technically the answer is absolutely yes.
Oh, your last name should have been Full, Vari.
Hmm?
Full.
But-
Full.
Aw.
Do
Fret
that instead.
will slap the cat shark.
Does it beat my AC?
Are we actually rolling this?
No.
No.
I mean, if this actually happens, my
Because
character
Fret would have to roll pretty fucking well to hit my AC right now.
Yeah, probably.
Already my character is concerned.
The cat shark is chuckling and is also going to point out his last name of Brian.
Brian
I figured Brian Coat. Coat
Brian-
of fur.
Coat. Ah.
Brian Coat. I now still working on the first name though.
What about Shoal?
I like that. We're going with that.
Shoal it is.
Shoal.
Shoal Brian Coat. There we go.
And now we're going to see how long y'all have been here in relative terms.
Yep.
Who
So,
knows?
in obscure amounts of years, that would be a year to your particular character in your world. How many years has people been here? I'm pretty sure that at this point, the Fret would probably be the newest member.
Here's a
Go ahead.
wild thought. How long has it been since that Halloween event?
In that game, roughly 30 years.
30 years.
Yep.
It would actually, I think, make a lot of sense for Dr. Volt to have only been there relatively recently, because he is very smart and utilizing the explanation that the rules of this world are just so vastly different. You know, like, one of his first priorities would be, okay, now I figure out how the fuck this place works. So if he were here only recently, that would explain why he's still
You know,
not.
his lack of everything.
Yeah.
That's perfectly fine.
I
Which
believe-
means you would need time to have acclimated and learn the language, and be able to integrate. So maybe 5 years.
Okay.
Longer if 10, or longer if you acclimate slow. But if you're an intelligent person and a scientist, that's probably not an issue, unless you're absolutely sure something is correct, and then in which case you get a giant carrot up your ass.
How long has Shoal been here?
I believe Varya and I had decided on Shoal essentially finding Fret halfway on their way to Twilight and just dragging him along, which is how they got the bonded mind.
Okay, so both of you are 30 years.
Yep.
Hey, Era, what is inordinately long?
Inordinately long. This place has existed in real time for the equivalent of probably. How long does sun dragons last? They go forever.
Yeah.
They live as long as suns do, basically.
millennia.
Erebane has at least seen the birth and end of at least one planet, so inordinately long could be tens of thousands of years. However, the city didn't exist the entire time that he's been here.
I meant inordinately long is over 100 years too long?
No. You have probably about 10 to 20,000 years worth of time that you could have been here. Maybe a little bit longer if you were one of the very first. Considering that the one that raised Olarun is a sun dragon that came from the same place Erebane does, the only restriction on how long this place has existed is how long Olarun was even possibly imaginably inhabitable. So we're talking on the span of probably hundreds of thousands of years.
Oh, okay. So 133 years, 7 months, and 6 days is not that long.
No, and it's funny that he knows.
Wow.
Look, when you start keeping track because everything is on a schedule, because that keeps you from thinking the bad thoughts.
Yes, I understand. I'm still going to be amused. Perfect. So we got that done. All right, everybody, get your personal sections ready. Because it has.
It has numbers.
Yep, it does. So let me make sure I'm reading this right. Personal info. So after entering the previous response, the application seems to magically grow, adding additional pages for each member. These pages look more formal and directly ask each person, where do you currently reside in Twilight? At the start of each page, the person name is neatly written, and a handwritten note underneath the first question asks, we know Twilight can be confusing with its weird layout, so just let us know what district you're in. It will help us a lot. 2:1.
So if you need help in the City of Twilight document, you can go to the city itself, and it has all of the different districts.
Yep, including residential district.
By chance, know what page off the top of your head that starts at?
11. 11 has the map.
Thank you for being back, or thank you for backing me up, Key. Because I have too many tabs up again.
So was the application supposed to change at all?
What the
Like,
application
on
did,
my
it
end?
spat out 4 pages.
Like, in character,
Yeah,
it's
the,
spat out
the,
4 pages.
the actual document.
Yeah, the actual document didn't change. It should
Nope.
be like 2-1, 2-2, 2-3
Okay,
for the
so we're on
individual.
2-1 right now.
Yep, this is 2:1.
Okay.
I'm sorry for not making that clear. Unfortunately, I tried to get Google to do this for me, but it refused. And I didn't feel like using my jot form because unfortunately my jot form for my personal is linked with my work profile, and I don't need my work people knowing this nonsense.
That
Like they
is
know
fair.
IDM and stuff, but I wanted to be a little bit jovial with this. Damn it! I wanted to include jokes, hence the handwritten stuff. Also works as a great way for me to do little lore drops on the chat. By the way, chat, feel free to share my channel. Yay.
Cobalt Crossroads.
I'm surprised he doesn't live in the edgy part of town.
Wait, there's an edge. Hold on.
Yeah, it's right past the wharves.
Yeah, it's Shadow's Playground.
Read the
Now,
description.
now let's see here. Which of these sectors would smart, science, smart man live?
There's a couple actually. Education is actually highly priced here because it produces scales, which can be turned into equipment and other objects, and food, and all sorts of other things.
Yeah, but he's going to be in Emerald Academia.
Yep, I kind of guessed. An area that they filled with parks and things. This is one of the sections that they very heavily pressed Arabane for because the colleges and the parks were spread out, but they were confusing and people couldn't tell which one was which and got lost. A lot. Now it is in one area.
I know. I think that Fred is going to uh do Cobalt Crossroads because if he was at Edgy Town and he saw people fooling around with katanas, he'd just get pissed off because he can't use katanas at the moment.
Understandable. And you guys are free to openly discuss your answers with each other. But there's a section for that, so don't worry. Everybody got an answer?
Mhm.
Viv too?
For where we live, yeah, mine
Yep.
was immediate.
Yep, I kind of figured. Sounds like everybody does, including last, I believe.
Yep.
Perfect. All right, for each an additional field emerges, tailored for individual members' response. The prompt asks, "Why do you wish to become a recaller?" accompanied by a series of handwritten annotations. "Because I am bored" is not a valid response, is number one. "No for free snacks doesn't count either. To impress somebody" / "seriously? Please, more depth than it sounds cool."
Here's what Fred's going to write down.
Yep, you can enter that, and if you want to share that with the party, you can, or wait until the party
I shall.
sharing section.
There we go. In-game related.
There'll come a section where I'm sure they'll read stuff out loud to each other. Here's. Otherwise, I'll probably publicly go over some of these later, maybe.
Uh-huh.
Let me know when everybody is done with 2-2.
I'm done with 2-2.
Yep. Do people need time on this one?
Still typing.
All right, I'm gonna really quickly get up and get another drink because apparently I'm having one of those nights where I'm gonna drink a lot of water and have a lunchtime tomorrow morning.
Also, oh dear, the long response.
A little bit.
Oh dear. Because yeah, Fred's totally doing short responses to all these.
He does enough writing.
yeah, Tiago.
Yeah,
By the way, the foof that we were talking about earlier.
yeah.
Yeah, that's dioxygen difluoride.
Ah,
It is a chemical that strongly does not want to exist.
It also doesn't want you to exist either.
Yep. Yep.
it's amazing how many chemicals that applies to.
It does, but this one's special because you can't put it in water, it can't be exposed to oxygen, it can't be exposed to liquid nitrogen, it can't be exposed to a long list of things. It can only be kept in one particular type of container with a magnetic property specific to it. Otherwise, it will go catatonic and explode. Period. You can't even jostle it. You have to be ultra careful. So, yay, poof.
Yeah.
Mala, you will
Oh,
learn.
and it generally has to be kept at what, negative 163 C?
Something like that. That's part of the special material it has to be made out of because it's only not reactive to like 3 types of metal. So,
Jeez.
is everybody done with question 2:2?
Yes,
I
I
am.
believe so.
Yep. Taya?
I'm ready. Yeah.
Perfect. Question number 3. As it appears below the question before, what qualities or experiences do you possess that would make you an outstanding recaller? Please be specific and provide examples where possible. A lighthearted handwritten note adds, and no, I have a good memory is not enough on its own. And I know Taya's character is going to love that question. It's
Yeah.
like I put that in for them. And let me know when people are done. I know you're impatient, Mala. Nom nom. Well, I have no shame, do I? Well, I am a dragon. What do you expect me to have shame? I'm just gonna sit here and fill out the time while the players are filling out things. So I added this little book right here. This little floating book. Hand. There we go. I hope you guys like it because I spent a whole 20 minutes on it. Ow, jeez. And I think it's neat. I just think it's neat. It's like my March's potato, but potatoes are also neat. It's my reference guide. I'm going to need a lot with these guys because holy gods. Have you met my group? If you haven't met my group, you should meet my group. They're pretty good. And a good group always drives the DM mad.
Yeah.
I'm just talking because I can. I don't like the sound of my own voice, so it's not that, unfortunately.
Are we still on 2-2?
2-3.
2-3.
Oh, what was
Oh,
2-3?
are there any relevant details you'd like to share that could influence our decision in regarding your application? I think is what I said. Nope, that's 2-4. 2-3 is what qualities and experiences do you possess that would make you an outstanding recaller? Please be specific and provide examples where possible. A lighthearted handwritten note adds, and no, I have a good memory is not good on its own. It's like, recallers and the culture of this place. The funny thing is that the white outline doesn't exist in Photoshop at all. And I can't make it go away. It actually has an extended stroke on it that it's just the way that OBS and Photoshop processes GIF images. This is also a CS6 that I bought back in college because I absolutely refuse to give Adobe more of my money. So I was considering giving it a blue tinge. I might still do that. I could also just give it a gray tinge. I'm sure if I apply a different color profile to it, it'll go away. But I'm also incredibly lazy. Actually, it could be because there might be a little bit of a colored edge coming through, which means I just need to do a feather drop. But, a feather delete.
leave the outline. It's bobbing and moving. There's magic.
But my magic isn't white. It's typically either green, purple, or black.
Who says it's your magic?
True. I don't know who the hell created this book. Which one of y'all created this book, chat?
We're gonna blame Very.
Okay, Vari, why'd you do this to me?
Because reasons.
I hate the
I
color
was
white.
gonna say it's probably being floated by Nibbles.
Also, Fred, as a portion of his response, casts a spell. So he'll pull out his sitar and begin playing,
Oh no.
and then we'll in the area where that response is, we'll scribble a rough map.
Good to know. Include a quote unquote star rough map something in your response. It should be a long description. I don't know. A lot of chat is taking responsibility for the magically floating book. So,
Everybody wants responsibility. I guess it's the chat book.
oh no, is this how chat communicates with me? Please tell me you guys did not create me a
No.
magical book I have to look at to read your goddamn responses.
Sure does. Sure
Yeah,
do.
it's too late.
Ah!
It's canon now.
That's why all the boxes and the magical pat hands and
Ow.
the food and all that are able to slap you. It's coming out of the magic book.
Why did? Well, I guess I'm gonna have to put this in everything now. Enjoy my shitty. I spent 20 minutes on this asset.
You don't have to put it everywhere.
No.
No, I think I do. I think I do. It has to be in every fucking stream. It has to be there. It has to be. No, I'm not gonna be that stupid.
No.
Look, I can stare at in the goddamn universe, and there's like 80,000 instances of me or something like that. I don't even know how many of me there are now. Fucking just don't summon me, please. There's a possibility I stay. Avatars are weird once you hit a certain power level.
2-3 done.
Oh, so that's how Meryl does it. It's cloaked most times, apparently. We got one done.
Oh, I'm done. Sorry.
Two done. Taya and Viv still working?
Yeah, still working.
Okay, I'm done.
Oh god, Beerus is drawing a arrow summon circle. By the way, that is actually canon. One of the reasons why Erebane is in this position that he is in is because a previous group actually discovered that they can pull him from the plane of shadow when he was traveling there and summon him, and thus he became a named summon.
Yeah, used what spell was it?
It
Was it
some-
planar inquiry?
Yeah, you had him
Or
you had him
something
do
like that.
you had him answer questions
Mhm.
and do a task. And then he refused the money because he's like, this is my job. But he had to take the money.
And then we treated him like a sibling. Because he is.
Yes. So I just added that to the pile of lore.
He
Of the
basically
reason why
got- he-
Erebane could not be deleted.
He got the Skitter treatment. He got told you're adopted now.
Long story
Yeah, what-
short, I ran Key, Viv, and Vari here through the first technical quote-unquote campaign I went through. And the first quote-unquote campaign I ever went through, and I put in quotations because it was a forum game, way back in 2000 or something like that. I don't remember. I was like 14 at the time. I found internet was brand new. I'm like in my 30s now. And I found this forum where this guy was running the fall of Tiamat for a bunch of people in a roleplay forum that was dragons, and everybody was a dragon. I was like, dragons are awesome. I love dragons. So I tried to join, and this guy apparently had some kids of his own about my age, and he had constructed this basically for some of the adults that were big D&D nerds and wanted to do a roleplay scenario. And there were some kids because he invited his kids, and I got in because I was just this random strange kid, and they like totally introduced me to all these concepts. By the way, this tattoo on my face here that you guys see on me is actually a callback to him because his screen name was Gold Dragon 01. And his role was color of dragon type or dragon, and then the date of birth. So mine was 8186. By the way, you now owe me birthday presents on August 1st. I'm giving you shit.
Hmm.
He died of a heart attack, unfortunately, when I was 17. And his son tried to take over the forum, but he kind of failed. We were at the part where the city had completely crashed, and my character was a shadow dragon that had survived the annihilation of Shadow Dragon in the D&D world and the fall of the Shadow Dragon Kingdom, and we were in the second rising of Dragon Cities. And now you guys know the very basic lore of Erebane. But yes, I hate face tattoos. The only reason why this exists is because I wanted to trade off because a lot of us had sworn to never give up our screen names. Mine being Black Dragon 8186. I didn't want to hold on to that anymore. I wanted to change to Drunk Dragon Arrow. And the trade-off was I decided that I needed to memorialize this guy. I think he actually died in his 50s of a heart attack, but I wanted to immortalize him. So here he is. That's Gold Dragon 01 right on my face. Forever. Not in real life. But that's why Erebane has a face tattoo, even though I hate face tattoos in real life. I have a ton of tattoos, but face tattoos in humans kind of are ugly as shit. Like
Yeah.
90% of the time. Y'all humans have expressions and facial things. Just don't work. Small tangent. Enjoy that dump. You done, Viv?
Yeah. I've been done. I've just been listening to you.
Cool. Sorry about that. What
it-
my war paint? I don't have war paint. Erebane does not do war paint.
Taya, you done?
Yeah.
Yep, Taya's done. So that was 2-3. 2-4 is, are there any relevant details you'd like to share that could influence our decision regarding your application? Any extra details you want to throw in about your character that you want the DM to know? Or anything that will be in the building of creating your flaws and your bonuses from those flaws.
No clue. Oh, I think I might have an idea.
Warpaint is cool, but Erebane is the type that relies on his intelligence and his dexterity. I do the play mind games with my enemies. I don't need Warpaint when I can adjust the field to make it look like the most horrifying place you've ever been in your life and bring back memories you don't want.
Okay, but what if my life has been nothing but sunshine and daisies?
Then I'll just create the opposite of everything and put you through it. No, you mean Chad is asking me what do I think about Warpaint? Warpaint is not face tattoos. Warpaint you put on your face and you wash it off when you're done, and you do it to make yourself look scary or intimidating. It's not having something underneath your eye that when you smile is going to get squished or look bad, or Mike Tyson, who got some tribal stuff on his face, which just doesn't fit his face shape. Humans that get tattoos on the side of their head or on their skull itself are generally fine because that area doesn't move too much. But I just don't like tattoos on the face or over the eyes or over the mouth of humans. Y'all are very expressive beings, and I think Zombie Boy pulled it off fairly well. But a lot of people also, when they're going to get face tattoos, either go to extreme or are making a huge mistake. I've seen way too many people whose first tattoo was on their face. And a good tattoo artist will tell you no. The tattoo artist that's going to be doing my sleeve tattoo on my left arm, alternate reality Erebane, we had a discussion. One of the questions I asked him was like, if I asked for a face tattoo, and he was like, no. So my tattoo artist probably wouldn't even do a face tattoo. Other tattoos I dislike. I don't. No, that's it. I hate belly button piercings.
Eric,
Yep.
just to make run this question by me one more time because just the way you phrased it
Oh,
Kinda-
are there any relevant details you'd like to share that could influence our decision regarding your application?
Okay.
Give me extra shit. Let me know when you're done. I'm just gonna ramble on about tattoos and piercings now, apparently, tonight.
Uh,
Also, Warpaint is very cultural, so I don't fault cultural tattoos, especially when we're talking about like New Zealand, Australian natives have face tattoos. I don't hate those. Those are very cultural. They have meaning behind them. They're not just somebody getting a penis on the side of their face, or the spider webs, stuff like that are kind of shady. Just to make that clarification, if they're cultural and there's a reason behind it, go for it. And I'm pretty sure there's at least one Native American tribe in the Americas here that does the blindfold style tattoos over the eyes, but I'm not sure if those are war paints or tattoos. So, you guys, look, I managed to get my party to be silent.
Because I'm thinking.
I know.
We're writing.
I will.
I
will.
know.
Where's? I'm gonna start throwing things at you.
Log into my chat.
I'm simultaneously thinking and imagining someone with a dick butt tattooed onto their cheek.
Don't say that. Somebody out there will get it. If it's not already in
Say that
existence.
like somebody already didn't.
Yeah, somebody probably did.
College students exist.
Remember, a good tattoo artist will say no. Man. There is a tattoo that I will get on my hands, even though I'm a professional. I'm going to get a black ring on my left hand middle finger tattoo, even though people say ring tattoos are stupid. But it's because I'm asexual, and a black ring in the middle finger is usually the identifier for that. So, why not? And if I don't get a job because of it, I don't want to work there. Because it'll be simple and good looking. That, and I'm going to have a sleeve tattoo, and I've got tattoos on my forearms. They wouldn't have hired me anyways. With as many piercings as I have. Did you guys know that all the piercings that I have here that you guys see, I actually have? Fun fact.
Hey Viv.
Yeah.
How do you spell your it's Shoal, just SHOAL?
Yep.
Okay, cool. Alright. Done.
Sweet.
I am done as well.
Cool.
I might add something to that later, but for now I'm done.
Cool.
I'm done.
Sweet. I actually have tried to keep up with it. Unfortunately, I've had over 30 piercings in my lifetime. Several of them subdermals on my arms. So I'm done with piercings that you guys will ever see. Right now.
Ha. Ha ha. Ha.
All right, so let's go on to 2.5. We recognize the sensitivity of this topic, but for your own well-being, we need to ensure that you're mentally and emotionally prepared to possibly encounter situations similar to your own. Could you please share, to the extent you feel comfortable, how you became a lost soul? A handwritten note below adds, your openness is appreciated. However, only share what you're comfortable with. So as your character, you need to add or write in how you got disconnected from the cycle.
Oh boy.
Fred is going to just look incredulous. And then begin drawing arrows back to the previous question.
Understood it. Just put it in all caps, draws us several arrows to previous question. This is a character building session. Look at me doing character
Bard.
building live. You good?
Var, give me your thoughts.
No, hold on. Okay.
Yeah. I'm done with piercings for the time being. I'm not sure there's anything else that I really want. I used to do piercings myself before my tremble got really bad, so I used to sit there and just pierce my arm. and do subsurface piercings, and I found out the hard way that unfortunately subsurface piercings, like eyebrows, belly buttons, don't last forever. So there's nothing I really want more that you guys should ever know about if I were to get anything else. I mean, if you want a fun fact, I have 9 currently. Yes, my tongue is pierced. That's one of them. You guys should be able to see my lip. But I don't like the belly button piercings, so don't worry, I'm not getting that one. AMA, hey chat, ask me things. Taya's chat could probably ask me things too if Taya's actually leaving my stupid ass live.
Yay. Also, they can ask small things. Come to my channel and ask my bat things. He's cute and a gremlin.
Taya also has TTS on right now, so you can make small say things.
No, you make small respond to things. TDS is a different. That's Bob.
Bob will say things. AMA people, come on, bring it. At least 2 of you gotta have questions out there, right?
Yes or
Hey.
no?
Hey, is
Yes.
My
There we
answer is always NA. What's up?
isn't Bob the name of the dude that did the necromancer unboxing?
I don't know.
On let me check.
I thought Bob was the builder.
Well, yeah,
No,
of course.
He's the killer goldfish from Earthworm Jim.
That's it.
Oh, I forgot about that. I never made it to that level as a kid.
No, you probably did. You just probably never made it to Bob.
No, I always got
You
stuck in
remember an
the...
obnoxiously breakable glass bubble?
No.
Okay, then you didn't. Make
I
it
also
then.
didn't own the game or the system it was on. I actually had to play it at my friend's house. So I remember level 1
yeah.
and 2. And then I remember the pit. That you could infinitely gain lives.
Here we go. In memes.
Yes, level 1 was the junkyard level, and level 2 was Heck. Featuring Evil, the cat.
Yep, that I remember. Nope, I remember the fish now. I suddenly remember the fish.
Yeah, so
Ah.
Bob is the name of the necromancer.
Mala, give me subject to go on a tangent on.
The Roman Empire.
The Roman Empire?
So what's 2-6?
Well, I've also
Alright,
got moths. Let's see.
I am
2-6, Roman
Done with
Empire.
2-5.
You ready? Who's all done before I go on this tangent?
I made it as succinct as possible.
Okay.
I'm done.
Oh, good. All right. 2-6, considering your own journey in Twilight, why do you feel it's vital to help others, especially those with similar experiences? Why are you not an evil dick? Tell us that you're not an evil dick. Ma's Roman Empire don't go together as well as what is 2-6. Depends on how you define 2 and 6, because the English diction of that is stupid. I mean, if you really want me to, Mala, fine. The greatness of lamps. In short, the fact that human beings actually figured out how to use fat in another way other than soap is actually kind of impressive. It's too bad that we now use fossil fuels, but a lot of early lamp oils were actually made out of fats from animals, such as pigs and cattle. Which is kind
There
of
we
stinky.
go.
There you go.
That's a proper cat shark response to that.
Fantastic. This one should be easy. You guys should be able to spam through this one, which is good because I don't want to go on that. But if you guys want to go on me in the Roman Empire, it's actually really impressive. At the same time, most of their culture was stolen from the Greeks because the Greeks actually owned the Romans, and it's probably an offshoot of the Greeks. And that's the Roman Empire in a whole. By the way, did you know that the Roman Empire never managed to take over Ireland and a couple of other places? The only reason why they never managed to take over Ireland is because the Irish, the way that they fought was they would just pop out completely naked with a shield and sword out of bogs and swamps and wherever and attack the soldiers, and the soldiers were so jarred by a naked man running after them, and sometimes a naked woman, that they weren't able to fight properly. Fun fact.
I'm done.
There's my tangent.
Okay.
That's all you get.
I'm done.
Cool. I think that's everybody done. Sweet. 2-7. In your perspective, what essential qualities should a recaller embody, and how do you see yourself in these exemplifying traits? This is the part where I was doing this at work, so I apologize. Some of these are actual application questions. But this one should also be a fairly easy answer for y'all. I hope. Beerus, you say that as a Brit, and I'm an Irish, or I'm technically a Scotch-Irish, and I don't want to talk about it, but it worked, and it worked. The only people over in your little islands that can be pissed at us are the Welsh. And a couple other nations. But we're not going to talk about them either. At least we didn't get taken over by the Picts, if you're an actual Englishman.
My spelling is getting progressively worse. I'm leaving that typo there.
That's fine. It's fitting.
Yeah, just
Look, I don't have thumbs.
big
I'm
cat-
making do.
big cat paws.
Like it's amazing. I've only made like 2 typos in this entire document so far.
I also want to point out how big of a set of cojones you have to burst out your door completely naked with only a weapon and maybe a cheap-ass shield and attack well-armed Roman guards.
Well, I mean, it's either die naked while screaming and fighting, or die naked in your own house.
The problem is that the Irish would take off their clothes to fight. They wouldn't fight with clothes on. And they use guerrilla tactics.
Maybe they just didn't want to get their clothes dirty.
Obviously, they didn't want to get their clothes dirty.
Yeah. But anyways, 2-8.
I'm still on 2-7.
Yeah, we're
I
on
hate
2-7.
this fucking question.
Yeah,
Sorry.
it is it's something of a trick question because we aren't recallers yet. We just know what they're supposed to do.
Hey, somebody
Yeah,
got it.
Hey, that's why my response includes this. Hold on. Game related. Here we go. Yep. Yep.
New life goal achieved. I want to put this in application at least once in my life. Concerning the things I've done during interviews, I don't think that'd be too much of a problem. They don't read them anyways.
Okay.
Okay, I'm done.
Cool. Anybody not done? He did the shrug emoji, Mala. He did the shrug emoji.
Here, I'll link it.
Yeah.
Memes.
All right. So Key, you're done. Viv, you're done.
No.
Oh. Wow.
I
Okay.
changed up my entire answer.
Let me know when you're done because I think you're the last one.
Just like scribbling hard with that eraser, brushing off the dusty bits.
Angry cat shark noises. Which, considering half tiger, that can make some concerning noise.
Also, you've got built-in erasers. Toe beans.
I'm not using those on this.
Don't graphite the beans.
He'll just smear the paper more. Jeez.
Yeah,
Graphite
then
your
it'll be hard
face
to-
instead. How about that?
Fun fact, in middle school, I got stabbed with a pencil, and there's still a piece of graphite in my skin.
Ow.
Oh no.
Yeah, I sat next to somebody, and they screamed, "Why would you sit next to me?" and stabbed me with a pencil. And the homeroom teacher at the time, when I was screamed in pain, and when I just went stabbed, went, "Hey, Era," since I'm not using my real name here, "you're being disturbing, please go wait in the hallway." Through my blue jeans. I got
What?
stabbed and they broke off the tip in my leg. And I can show you the graphite in my skin because it is still there to this day.
What the fuck is wrong with your teacher?
The same thing that was with all my teachers. I was the weird kid, and I got ignored.
You see,
God.
if that had happened to me the first time, I would have complained about it. The second time, the school's burning.
See, the problem is that she was a woman.
Don't care.
So our lockers were next to each other, and I had to move lockers because she struck me once and I struck back. So therefore, I was a violent white kid.
Equal rights, equal fights. Especially if you throw hands first.
Yep.
You
So
get what you get.
I had to move. She ended up getting expelled because she tried to stab another kid in the throat with a knife in middle school.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yep.
Just not mentally well.
No, she wasn't because the only she punched me because Minnesota winters. I'm up here in the north. I had one of those headbands instead of a proper hat because 90s kid. It rolled over in front of her locker. That's why she hit me. And she did not hit nice. I had a black eye. So I struck back. So I had to move my locker. And we were in the same homeroom, and it was the only open spot. So I just sat next to her, and she stabbed me with a pencil.
Yeah, I would have. If she had stabbed me, she was going to the hospital or the morgue.
See, middle school me in 6th grade is a different person than me now. Me now,
That's fair.
it would have been a different situation, but I was a little pussy.
Yeah, no. Middle school.
I
me
didn't
was,
grow a set until high school when nobody liked me and I got tired of it, and then found out the reason why people didn't like me is because I just got my ass beat all the time.
Yeah, middle school me was me after I learned how to fight and was in like competitive martial arts competitions. Like the moment people started shit, I threw hands.
Yeah, no, I didn't get into an actual fight back until the last day of middle school. Somebody attacked me, and I finally turned around, and I damn near lost my ability to move on to high school that year because I beat the living fuck out of that kid. Then freshman year, I had no friends going to high school because I had no friends because I was the weird kid, and I didn't take shit anymore. And then I gained friends because people are like, "Oh shit, this kid's actually going to stand up for himself." Because in high school I got in a lot of fights because I started fighting back. Somebody
You
tried to
know-
shove me in the locker once, and I kicked him in the balls, and then I threw him into the locker, and then I started to beat him until I was pulled off, and then it got bad.
You
Are-
know,
Are we ready?
Yeah, I guess.
yeah. Are you
Sorry,
ready, Kaya?
Yeah.
sorry.
You know, the audience came here for lore on the characters, but instead they're getting lore on the players.
Well, mainly me because I'm just sitting here talking
It's your
about
own
my.
fault.
Yeah, well, I'm
Yeah.
a VTuber. I'm gonna share experiences. Do you recognize that the recaller's responsibilities extend beyond saving souls, encompassing other tasks as well? This should be a yes or no checkbox.
Yes.
Fantastic.
Sorry, what was the question?
Do you-
I got talked at.
Do you recognize that recaller's responsibilities extend beyond saving souls, encompassing other tasks as well? Everybody done? Should be a yes or
Hold
no
on, yeah,
checkbox.
I'm still typing.
To what? Two
That's
9?
joke.
God, you scared me. I was like, wait, something's fucked up. Help, asshole. 2-10. If you could change one decision you made in the past.
2-9?
Wait, 2-9.
2-9. Are you aware? Are you aware and prepared for the possibility that not all endeavors will succeed, and that not every soul can be reclaimed?
Yes.
Yeah.
Should be a checkbox.
Yep.
Cool. You screwed me up, Taya. Screwed me up. It's not that hard. We good for 2-10?
Yeah.
If you could change one decision you made in the past, what would it be and why? And this is a character building question I put together, so enjoy.
Wait, what's the question?
If you could change one decision you made in the past, what would it be and why?
Does it have to be a decision I made, or could it be a decision someone else made?
The question is not, or was stated as such. So take it as you will.
Cool. I'm gonna give it a really stupid answer.
Sweet.
Yeah, some of these, Fret is very much so not respecting these questions. Some of them he does a little bit.
Fun fact about Bitcoin: I almost paid into it because at the time I was addicted to substances and wanted to use them to buy things because that was the earliest purpose for Bitcoin.
Oh no.
But I didn't because I was broke. Mainly because I was addicted to substances.
When being broke saves you.
There you go.
But it could have made me very rich because, oh boy. Man, Bitcoin changed.
Ready, by the way.
Yep. Key.
I'm ready.
I still need time.
Cool. Viv, you need a moment or two?
No, I'm done.
Cool.
I had a goofy ass answer all lined up and ready to go.
He was ready for this one. Burb, I'm going to use the bathroom then to give one. Somebody talk. Somebody other than.
No.
No, I refuse.
Well, you can't, and something tells me that Shoal is focusing very hard on whatever their response is.
Shoal's response is done.
I heard that cheese.
Your mom. Where is the thing I'm looking for, though? Find it eventually. In the meantime, we blame Vari.
You're welcome.
I suppose now would be a good time to bring it up, but maybe we should consider team building exercises when we're in the field.
Fret kind of just eyebrow quirks.
The cat shark also eyebrow quirks. The opposite eyebrow is Fred.
It's
Oh my god, confetti.
It's nothing terribly intrusive. Think of it like... What's a good way to put it? Ask and answer. I figure whenever we make camp, or have to stop for a day, assuming that it will take us multiple days to finish a mission, we can share something about ourselves. Something small each time, and we will get to know each other better.
Okay, finally finished that question.
The silence causes Lass' anxiety to rise.
Just learn to speak with your brain.
Fret just nods sagely.
Bada.
Okay, sorry about that. It's raining out for the first time in a month again, and I decided to go outside and be an idiot and run around in the rain a little bit in my own damn yard because I paid for it.
That's fine. The audience got treated to my character being awkward and trying to suggest, a nice little team building exercise, and then being met with incredulity and silence.
Yeah, that sounds like the way things go.
Well,
All right, what number are we on currently?
211.
211. Have you thoroughly reviewed the 10 major rules and commit to abide by them? Handwritten note. They're there for a reason. Please don't just skim. And I heard all that confetti, Beerus. I heard all that confetti, Mala. Because I'm going to use the proper name. Proper names are good.
By the way, the code of conduct is at the bottom of the setting sheet, so go ahead and read them.
Already did.
I'm
I gotta know the rules if I'm gonna break them.
It's basically it basically just says, "Yo, prime directive."
Yeah, well,
Yeah, pretty much prime directive.
they both might be proper names, but I'm going to call you by the name that is you. I like to
Die.
dress people, damn it. All right. Let's see. Next question then, because I'm assuming everybody just read those. The final question appears hastily jotted down, squeezed to the bottom of the page as if added in a rush. This is not the final question. Well, it is. Giving you the sense that there was ample time, or there wasn't ample time to place it properly. How many coughs does it take to change a magical light bulb in Twilight? Handwritten note. Curious minds want to know, and yes, we're just seeing if you're still awake. Answer seriously, and we'll know you that you've lost your sense of humor.
So
What is-
212 has option 1 or other.
Yes, you are correct.
What's option 1?
I put an answer in.
Beerus, I respect people's identity. If B-Law is what you want to be called, I will call you that.
Okay, I'm done.
Perfect. Anybody? Okay. Key?
I wonder how similar our answers are, Serious. Tago.
We shall see.
Okay, and then checkbox. Okay, ready
like
for
how-
this?
I like how Fret communicates in emojis. Makes me happy.
You're probably going to like my answer for this one.
I hope I do.
The question is, did anyone actually pick option 1?
Of course not. Where's the fun in that? 213. Personal section finished. Once done, please gather and roll up copies. We strongly suggest discussing and sharing your responses with one another before, as I accidentally moved an entire sentence, before submitting the application. And then there's a checkbox that says, I hereby certify the information provided is true and accurate to the best of my knowledge. Which, now, if you guys want to share any of your answers, this is the time to do so as you wish.
Fret has for 211 checked no.
Oh.
No?
Yeah, he hasn't read them yet. He will, but he hasn't read them yet.
You didn't read the rules before taking the application?
Fret just nods emphatically.
I suppose we don't have to have read the rules before applying. We'll probably review it. Reaches into coat, pulls out pamphlet.
I knew the application was a great idea.
Maybe you need this more than I do. Holds out the pamphlet.
There are many things I have done that some would have claimed to be impossible, and had I heeded their warnings, I would not have become as accomplished as I am today.
And yeah, I posted.
I've
Yep.
rolled mine up already.
Yep.
What did you pick for other on 212?
For 212?
Yeah.
Are you asking in character or out of character?
Yes.
All right, I'll answer in character. A number. Shuffles seems mildly embarrassed.
That was a good one.
Simple. Soon, none. For I shall create a light bulb that does not need to be changed.
Fret scribbles on his chalkboard. Light bulbs are allowed?
I assume in the city. My assumption was that it would be changing light bulbs in the city. But considering they're all different sizes and sometimes more of them are performing a task than they need to, and I tried to answer a number multiple times, and all I could come up with was a number of them.
I just went with classic 69.
That is a lot of cough to screw in a light bulb.
Eyebrow waggling.
That is, as the kids say, nice.
Minute shudder noises as my character blinks.
Let me know when you guys are ready to move on to the next section, by the way.
Is Fret interested in the answer, or rather, it would either in character, out character? Would Vari like to know what I picked for 210? If
Sure.
you could change one decision.
Mm.
Shoal would go and change the race Fret was born as.
Wow.
Okay.
What question? Hold on.
Fret would have him be born as a cat shark.
Aww.
That's adorable.
And Fretz was the top. He would have wrote home to his family more.
Oh.
Meanwhile, I do want to share what Dr. Volts is, in that it is something he and basically like I would do given what the previous question was, in that it was a yes or no question. First, I would like to add to the above answer, though there is no field to do so. There are many things that I am able to do that others might find to be impossible. So what I describe as unable to be saved and what a lesser might may not be the same thing. As for what I would change, then it just kind of goes on.
Just big
Wonderful.
sprawling paragraph.
But no, just like the first half of the question is dedicated to, no, seriously, I wanted to elaborate more on the previous question.
Oh yeah, and why do you want to like help save people? I just put fuck you, that's why.
Well, I got to add to the handwritten responses because fuck you is also not an acceptable answer.
Yeah, but they didn't specify it.
Nope.
Knowledge unlearned is knowledge that might as well not exist. Someone needs to learn these things. That this world would come to recognize my brilliance is a pleasant side effect of.
Alright, I'm gonna hit.
Yep, feel free to hit submit when you guys are done discussing what answers you want to share, and we'll move on to the rest of the application where things actually get a little bit serious.
I'm joining because I want to help people. I don't want them to suffer the same trauma that I've suffered. And if they must come here, maybe we can make the transition easier.
Fret puts his chalk in bold mode and writes same.
Fret just control bead his chalk.
I just imagine Fret taking two pieces of chalk and like squishing them together as hard as he can.
No, it's the okay.
No, he
so
just
there's
turns the
there's
chalk
the narrow
sideways.
side, long side, same.
So how does he write in italics?
That's
sideways.
The slate
you sharpen
45
it.
degrees.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Use the edge.
He's got lines printed on the shield. You don't understand. He's got the proper lines and everything there for himself.
That said, my thing I would have changed is probably, perhaps, less endearing and more cliche. I would have confessed. But that
Ooh.
doesn't matter anymore.
Fret head tilts.
Shoal also head to. Before
I would
shrugging
say-
and go, you could tell us at another time. Probably not a good memory.
What was
I
Ty?
would simply have learned Sylvan before Inferno.
Both are bad
Uh,
ideas.
What?
Fret in Sylvan scrolls. I know Sylvan.
Why does it matter what order you would have learned them in?
Because I already learned Celestial. And most of what I learned from demons I could have learned from angels just as well. So from the other perspective, the fields of study opened by learning from the Fae was much greater.
Oh,
Fret squints.
Did you at least learn Aqua?
That is one of a few I have yet to get around. Orin,
Excellent.
yes. Terran, yes. Aquin, not.
It does lose a lot when you're not actually in a body of water, but still serviceable outside.
my people's
the-
dialect has roots in Orin and Shay. It was very easy for me to transition. I also don't really know any other languages. Minor internal panic as my character realizes, oh no, he's going to have to rely on everyone else to do the talking.
Yeah.
Shoal is very confident in doing the talking. He's just not charismatic at it. He's just kind of a dick.
Mute one is the charismatic one of the party. He's gonna have to tell everybody else what to say, and it's hilarious. This is gonna go so badly.
Meanwhile, when it comes to languages, German, Common, Draconic, Celestial, Infernal, Sylvan, Auran, Terran, Twilight.
Oh, you took German
Nice.
proper. Got it.
So, obviously, my character is gonna have to teach Dr. Volt how to speak Aqua.
That
Oh, I
can...
mean, it is likely, I mean, like, he gets 10 skill points a level.
Y'all can teach other languages. Congratulations. Hey, look, scales. Skill point 1. Not very much. Neat. Are you guys ready to get into the serious part of the application then, or do you guys want to discuss other answers that you put in your personal applications?
I think we're ready to move on.
Fantastic. Let's see. The upcoming select, or let's see. Yep, so you guys roll up your applications and join it to the primary. The primary seems to be able to adjudicate these properly, and I believe I used adjudicate properly in that sentence. If I didn't, hey lawyers, feel free to contact me or something, because I know that's actually a lawyer term, legal term.
Eh.
But 3.1 starts off, the upcoming sections are intended for group discussion. Please collaborate and provide answers that everybody in the group can agree upon. Yes, you should be able to agree upon an answer. If you can't, you may wish to consider. First question, 3:1. Who among your group do you collectively believe would be the best leader?
So before we answer this, the group application has section 2. Do I just skip that?
The what?
The group application has section 2 in it.
You should have been filling that out.
Not my individual application?
No, that was for use. That way you didn't have to switch between tabs. But just go ahead and skip it. Now.
Okay, I'm sorry. I did
I-
not realize that.
No, you're fine. I tried to make it easy on
No,
you.
it's okay.
Oops.
Oh
I
well.
guess I should have made that in. Okay.
It's okay.
Knowledge for next time. Yes. Sorry. That was I built that section into the group application, so whoever was filling out the group application could actually do it without having to leave and go to the individual.
Okay. It's fine. My character is going to look at the application and then look up at the rest of the group.
Brett shrugs and
Wh-
then looks to the cat shark.
Dog?
You may have difficulties communicating your orders, gestures to Fred. Moves hand and finger over to gesture at Shoal. I have minor concerns. And then looks over at Gerhardt. Same answer as the last.
Frankly, I was expecting you to say, I have greater concern.
I considered it, but I don't know enough about you to have greater concerns yet.
You should.
You should.
But I do not prefer to. Well, I find myself leading very often. I do not prefer to seek out leadership.
Oh,
Mostly I just do something, and it is one of the greatest examples of that things the world has ever seen, and so people look to me for guidance.
He touches the thing does the thing, and then everybody looks at him because he figured out that if you touch the thing does the thing.
Fret just kind of stares at uh in was it?
oh. Right. In my language, both words are conflated. But you can call me last or lost. Either way is fine.
So out of character, your characters would have probably known this already.
I don't blame them for forgetting, though.
Nope. And there's a reason why I use them interchangeably. Look at me being good at doing stupid things already. I'm proud of myself. Hey, Chad, are you proud of me? Why am I looking at chat for being proud of me? The chat's supposed to hate me.
Nah, the chat loves you.
Oh,
Now they like throwing things at me, that's for damn sure.
Well, you don't have the kill with kindness command anymore.
I don't, because the programming on the particular redeems thing I have right now is confusing as shit, and I don't have time.
It's okay.
I had to write a setting.
Well, yes, you did, and we're very proud of you.
Yay, I fished for compliments and got something.
I'll put my name down.
Alright.
Last says reluctantly, writing down their name.
yeah. Delay in communication with uh bonded mind, but yeah. Fret will nod affirmatively.
Upon providing an answer to the previous question, a new prompt emerges. Should the chosen leader be unavailable or incapacitated, who in your group would you collectively trust to assume the position in such a scenario?
Fret just kind of looks back and forth between everybody. And then eventually settles his gaze on Dr. Volt.
I would think that would be the obvious answer.
You seem the most well put together and knowledgeable. It's probably for the best. Not to say that the mental faculties of you two are lacking, merely that Dr. Volt happens to have a wider breadth of experience, or so it seems.
Fred just kind of has um a neutral look and kind of just nods quickly.
Well, I am quite experienced and knowledgeable about many things. What I do best is apply expertise where I can find it. It just so happens to be I can find it within myself very often, but whatever skills the three of you have, I will not undervalue.
Fred begins a bardic performance. Inspire courage.
It sounds like we're getting this one as the backup leader, correct?
Yes, Dr. Volt is backup leader.
Fantastic.
Sounds good.
Internally, my character is just thinking, oh good. I can default to listening to them.
Fred
This is a
ends his
mistake.
performance.
Understood. 3-3. As you'll potentially be spending a considerable amount of time together, it is essential you be aware of each other's quirks. For each member of your group, please identify one trait that might be perceived as challenging or annoying in prolonged situation. Below this, a handwriting note gently reminds, remember that there's a fine line between being honest and unnecessarily harsh. Approach this with care and respect.
I should not even need to point anything out.
Okay, out of character, please give me something.
Gee, could it be the fact that he has an ego the size of several planets?
Yay, I'm glad I wrote this question now.
Fred just gestures to his throat.
It's the silence that kills me.
Hmm. Gestures head at, paws that have no thumbs. At least no opposable thumbs.
Shit.
I like how when I posed this question, it was for people to say about each other, but everybody always immediately goes to their own faults first, which was
Oh.
actually the point of the question. But
Isn't it great
Yeah,
that we can...
that's what the question asked for.
it asks for people to insult each other, technically. But everybody defaulted directly into insulting themselves, which is exactly what I wanted as a DM. This was a time for the players to actually literally look at each other and be like, hey, my character has this really annoying trait. In character, I expected the characters to have a small argument, but no, out of character, or even in character, your characters are all just like, here's my annoying trait. Just write this down.
Look, we are technically immortal beings. At some point, we have to admit our flaws. But, like, the only flaw I can think of for loss to admit is that their PTSD could probably be a problem.
Actually, Fred walks over to Lost. And then gently shakes him back and forth.
Is I'm not quite sure I understand.
Fred just kind of uh lets go, kind of stares at him.
Simply write down the fact is that you have a tendency to freeze.
Okay.
Actually, Fred does like his eyes light up and he gestures vehemently at Dr. Volt. Like affirmative. Yeah.
It's probably as good an answer as any.
Lost still has not faced his biggest demon, anxiety. What a hell of a fucking disease. Jesus. All right.
Fred
You-
will pat Lost on the back.
Lost feels comforted, if mildly confused.
Oh, anxiety. 3-4, if the question has been answered already. I'm assuming Key's done typing because Key
Yeah,
is
I'm done
fucking
typing.
fast. As you await the next question, it seems a mischievous hand got to the application first. The original question is visibly scribbled out, and above it, in bold, enthusiastic letters, reads "Group Hug!" Taking a moment to chuckle, your eyes are drawn to the rewritten question beneath, penned in care and consideration. In the spirit of candor, if a challenging situation arises, would any of you be prepared to leave another member behind?
Oh. I don't believe I would. But I cannot say the same for each of you.
No.
Fred just kind of does the contemplative head tilt back and forth thing.
It raises several questions to begin with about the nature of immortal mortality.
From what I am given to understand, we are effectively mortal outside of this place. As recallers, we put ourselves at risk.
I'm gonna use the bathroom while y'all talking.
If one of us happens to be left behind, there is no guarantee we could be retrieved. Depending on what is befalling the world that forces us to flee, or the situation that would cause us to expire.
Out of character, death for you guys means deletion, non-existence.
Well,
Maybe
I have
a-
yet to find a puzzle I could not crack. I fail to see a case in which I would not be able to find a way that we all could come home in the first place.
Fred just scrawls, "I have cure light wounds."
Well, I appreciate your confidence, Dr. Volt. And Lost actually laughs, like the lower jaw of his helmet opens up and you can see dark vapors inside as he laughs from Fret's response.
Fred just kind of blinks, and then takes his eraser and cleans his chalkboard.
Well, it's good to know I won't be the only one healing.
Yes, a question that makes you face the fact that you understand the nature of mortals is a cycle. They die, they come back. And it continues. You guys, if you were to permanently die or be left behind in a situation where you could permanently die, are gone. Period. Let's see here. 3-6, we ready?
3-5, you mean?
3-5. No, I just... Oh, the application continues with the next inquiry. If your group finds itself stranded on a distant sphere with no means of contact, what would be your initial course of action? A handwritten note playfully nudges. Just to clarify, guess will die is not an acceptable answer.
Fret just snaps his fingers and kind of does the
Darn.
disappointed look.
The question is about if what we do if we have like if we're just like stranded somewhere.
Yep, stranded somewhere that you cannot get out with no means of contact. This is the stuck in an island, except for I guess we'll die because that's actually a legitimate answer. Would have been is banned.
Well, that
we-
one is abundantly simple. I
We all-
managed to break reality once and get here. I will simply do so again.
So, Last is gonna scribble that down as part of the answer, but is going to append it with Dr. Gerhard's name for the response.
I mean, I'm down with with getting the doctor what he needs to attempt to break through to Twilight. That sounds like our best plan.
Break on
Beyond-
through to the other. Okay.
Fret
It's that or
will,
go native.
Fret will scroll down. I am pretty good at navigating. I might be able to figure out where to go.
Find another liminal rift like what I fell through.
Fret will nod.
Yeah, barring that, yeah. Well, another world has been blessed by my genius.
Okay, Dr. Wiley.
Well, in the worst case scenario, we would have to find a way to survive on that world. And maybe, just maybe, a cough would be able to come retrieve us later. And if not, well, actually, I wonder if we are entirely mortal out there. Would we age?
Fret shrugs.
Squinty, squinty eyes behind the lenses of his helmet. Gosh, Velociraptor pose and all.
Sounds like we're good for the next question.
Should be.
Cool. 3-6. As your group explores a distant sphere, the landscape around you is eerie and unfamiliar. In the midst of this unsettling environment, a well-dressed man in pristine white suit unexpectedly approaches, his demeanor calm, extrudes an aura of trustworthiness. But the situation seems oddly out of place to you.
Fret goes bold mode again. Stab him.
I've overheard.
Bite.
I know. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Darren.
I've overheard the conversations and believe I can assist you in your endeavors, he claims. Given the unexpected encounter, how would you proceed? Other
Fight!
than death. Got it.
But no. Fret will inquire. Is this at a crossroads?
The question doesn't specify.
Fret will erase chalkboard and explain further. I intend to respond to this question with a question.
That's fine. I'll just write down all our responses.
Violence. Immediate, unrelenting, escalating violence.
I've already written down your answers, bite, Shoal.
You should probably just amend that to violence in bold letters.
Right. It's just scratches out bite.
We have erasers.
Nah, he's scratching it out.
Squint.
What's your question, Fred?
Is it at Crossroads?
Ah,
Is it at a crossroads?
oh, yes, of course.
I would be inclined to address the man. I would do so in Celestial, but I would speak in something of a broken version that would be more understandable to one who speaks Infernal. That way he could slip up. If it was a benevolent being, they would be forgiving of it. If it was a demonic being, they would possibly reveal themselves.
A
Wow, an
wise
actual
choice.
answer.
And unfortunately outside my skill purview. Mostly. I
Of
would
course,
probably
it might
just detect
come
evil.
across to them that I was simply speaking gibberish. Then I would address them in common.
I would just use detect evil to see if they have any ill intent. Right. Next question.
Good night, Beers. Take care of yourselves. Thyself. Take care of yourself. Drink more water. Sleepies. Because 3 a.m. your time. All right, 3:3:7. As a collective, can you list and describe each member's most profound fear or insecurity and its origin? This insight will aid in fostering understanding and support among the team members. Handwritten note: being out of wine doesn't count, Lana.
Fred will scroll down on his chalkboard. Oh wait, for the previous question, I do have detect fiendish presence.
Oh, how useful. I will admit that I have a mildly irrational fear of large, dark pits.
Mm. Also, could you repeat the question again?
Yes. As a collective, can you describe each member's most profound fear or insecurity and its origin? What fucks you up and why?
Well,
I haven't thought of that for this character.
Fred will scroll on his chalkboard liminal space.
Uh,
Geez, the city must be a trip for you sometimes. No wonder you memorized it.
Yeah.
I suppose it would have to be a problem that must immediately be solved with a brute application of strength. Given time, obviously, I create a device that will circumvent the problem, but I'm ill-equipped to solve such problems immediately.
AKA the fear of having to use force instead of thinking about things. Got it.
No, specifically the fear of, wait, we have to literally punch our way out of this, like right now? Like, can I come back and smash it in a day? No?
May I
Well,
please
fuck.
create this auto hammer that will automatically hit the thing for me? No?
Vera says the cat shark should be afraid of dogfish, but I told him to go to bed because Mala should be in bed.
Dog dolphins.
Good night, Mala.
I love the fact that Lost and Fret did not give why they have those irrational fears.
Also, I would just like to say it out of character. Dr. Volt did briefly consider saying something along the lines of, and so they asked him if he could make a rock too heavy for him to move.
Understood. Hey, Ix.
No clue.
Do we want to come back to this for you, or do you want to think about it? Player might want to walk away or excuse me, DM might want to walk away for a moment and actually take a break because we've been going for a bit.
Yeah, go take a break.
Everybody's going to take a break if I take a break.
All right, let's take a break.
Cool.
I should have dinner anyway. So
Go eat, for the love of goodness. Everybody take a break. I'm leaving the stream where it is. Y'all get up. Mala, go to bed. I know you're still there.
So, Chet, how are you doing tonight? And the obligatory part where I tell you that I love you, because I didn't get to do that until now, because, you know, I've been talking to
Could've.
these guys.
How dare? How dare?
Oh, dear, what?
You could've.
Me. Yes, I would like to point out just to everyone who's probably thinking it. Yes, Dr. Volt is and has been repeatedly punched by people who he's very punchable. Several times he's followed it up with, I take it that was an admission that I was right.
Yeah.
Meh. So, to bring a conversation topic back from earlier actually it was pre-stream, I think. One of the things Ogre can do that makes it really, good is that there's actually a good damaging 100% accurate rock move in one of its forms.
What?
Because like all rock moves are like, by the way, 70 accuracy, fuck you. It does the thing where it's like Rock Blast has a miss chance, actually. I think. Like the only good rock move that has a Rock Blast has a 10% miss chance. The only good rock move that doesn't have a miss chance is Accelerock, and that's like Lycanroc and I think Lycanroc. And like Power Gem.
Yeah.
But yeah, Ogerpon is among the list of many legendaries who have, hey look, I have special held item. It do funky thing when I hold. Oh yeah, I guess that is a qualifier. Physical rock move.
Ah, yes.
Because I believe Power Gem is also 100% accurate.
But it's special, right?
Yeah. Yeah, but that's like only Diancie, isn't it? Of course, I mean, we're talking about a signature move of a legendary, so I guess that's a fair comparison.
I'm back, by the way.
Welcome back.
Rock doesn't resist bug.
Huh. That's weird.
Stealth Rock doesn't count.
Damn. Viv gave himself a hard question to answer.
Yeah, I got nothing. I can't think of anything that really matches.
Willing to cross over.
But yeah, let me just tell the Pokemon fans in its various forms what abilities Ogerpon has. In its default form, it's got Defiant. And that's a pretty good ability, right?
Yeah.
Its stats are lowered, its attack increases.
Oh,
You're
yeah.
a physical attacker. That isn't bad.
Especially if you've got a way to lower a stat you don't care about just because.
Yeah, I got nothing fitting for Viv. Damn.
Wellspring Mask, it's got Water Absorb. No one's ever going to be like, yes, immunity to this element, and also gives it the suck.
Yeah.
It's Fire Form, Mold Breaker.
Gross.
That's a nice Levitate, or Sturdy, or Disguise, or Ice Face, or whatever you have there. It sure would be a shame if... Oh, that's actually an important thing, too. Fucking Golden Go. That's a nice good as gold you have there. Sure would be a shame if someone didn't give a fuck about it.
Oh, no.
Hello.
Hello.
Welcome back.
It sure would be even worse if that something that didn't give a fuck about your ability was also a fire type to your steel type. And then it's rock form. It's got sturdy. I don't think anyone's ever going to complain about their mon having sturdy.
I just read the answer to the personal question that I got from Taya.
Which one was it?
Soon none, for I shall create a light bulb that does not need to be changed.
It's way better than my answer.
I like mine. I guess I've settled on something.
Oh, did you? I was sitting here like, well, the only thing I can think of a predator at this point is a, because you chase, based on what you wrote, you chase something way out there. So,
Losing Fret.
Oh.
Oh,
fucking adorable. Damn, what the fuck? Fret, make a new character. I'm gonna kill you. I'm kidding. 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 Ah.
I mean that's fine. I've got a couple that are ready to rock and roll.
Yeah, but Viv might actually come and kill me.
Yeah. Yeah.
But is that a fate I'm willing to deal with for the sake of story? 3:9 when we're ready.
Do you mean
Oh.
3:8?
Thank you. Your group stumbles upon an artifact while exploring a distant sphere. Upon a closer examination, you discover that this object is the very source responsible for creating lost souls such as yourselves. You realize that you possess the means to destroy it and prevent any further souls from becoming lost here. However, there is a catch. Destroying the artifact will also surely lead to your own demise. As a group, how would you approach this situation?
Oh, Fret will scroll down on his chalkboard. Refer back to illegal response for previous questions.
Wait, illegal response?
Too.
Fret will erase the chalkboard and go. I guess I'll die.
All right. All right.
Fair.
You know what? Last just nods in respect and writes down the answer.
Surely I could reverse engineer such a thing and circumvent this flaw.
I would be happy to allow you to attempt, but I'm with Fret on this one.
What would there be to lose?
I mean, for us, existence?
But that is already a foregone conclusion, is it not?
I suppose. This question is clearly meant to see if we are willing to put the needs of the many over the few. Which we are.
3:9.
Yep.
While traversing a distant sphere, your group unexpectedly encounters an avatar of Erebane. This manifestation of the dragon seems almost mortal. How would you approach and interact with this humbler version of Erebane?
Technically, the rules state that we should not interact with Erebane or minimize interactions with him, and there is no guarantee that this avatar is quite the same as the Erebane here. But that's just me.
Fret will write down on his chalkboard. Hopefully, I'll have learned ferment by then.
I
It's-
sees no reason why I should deviate from the stated rules in such a situation. Of course, should circumstance dictate, that would be an entirely different question.
Shrug.
And Fret will further explain. Um,
I forgot to fucking shout out Egget's and Adron.
oh, oh,
Part of Epic's fucking request. Oh, I feel stupid. That's gonna be beginning of next episode. Sorry.
oh.
Oh, I'm an idiot. Okay.
Um, yeah. Fret will further explain. Who is to say that uh a little present can't be happened across potentially.
Hashtag maybe. Maybe.
Yeah.
I appreciate that Shoal's response is just shrug.
You write what you write, Key.
I've been making sure to give everybody's responses because that is what Lost would do.
Fantastic. Should we move on? We shall move on. 310. While on a mission in an unfamiliar sphere, a local resident narrows their eyes at the group. They've picked up on subtle hints and step forward, declaring, "You don't belong here, do you? You're not from this place." How would your group navigate this direct confrontation, if I could speak English, and the potential consequences of being identified as outsiders?
Immediately, Lost looks up at Shoal. I understand that no witnesses is an option, but hear me out.
Fret will go bold chalk mode again. Intimidation.
That's a choice.
And then will in little letters explain it's not killing them.
Also a fair assessment. Do you have any way to weigh in on this, Dr. Volt?
It, hmm, it would depend on what sort of devices I have on hand. There are many ways one could be inspired to forget something.
I suppose I'll write down that we would attempt to dissuade that line of thought through various means.
And it sounds like everybody's in agreement of this, so should I move on?
I think so, yeah.
Awesome. 3:11 when you're ready, Key, because I know you're probably typing.
Oh, I'm ready.
While on one of your assignments, your group stumbles upon a staggering sight, a deity-like figure locked in combat with a menacing daemon. The godly entity, despite its immense power, is clearly on the losing end and on the brink of being consumed by the malevolent force. Malevolent force. How would your team approach this dire situation and decide a course of action?
Out of character, ha, it's your turn for word salad.
I do nothing but word salad. Damn it! It's just other things fix my word salad for me.
Fret goes into italics mode.
Shield tilt.
Fuck demons.
Well, this is
Daemons, not demons.
Yeah, demons. Fuck demons.
this is placing us in a bit of a catch-22, is it not?
How so?
We are told to steer clear of deities, but deal swiftly with demons.
Daemons.
They're gonna mispronounce it.
Yeah,
Do
they
you
are.
think that I can accurately pronounce that word using this accent?
You see, the problem is that I use the accent very specifically for one of my doctor's characters, and it is pronounced Daemon. So yes.
That you just said.
Yes.
Well, fucks me.
We are told to steer clear of deities, and we are told to deal swiftly with the demons.
Okay, did it Doctor Wywee?
CDM is possibly just a wee bit drunk at some moments, so please forgive his transgressions and abilities to speak English being very terrible right now.
And what about you, Shoal?
Joel.
Vivian?
Oh no, is the cat
Yes.
shark asleep?
Did you
No,
lose? Okay.
Shoal is just kind of gonna tilt his head a little to the side and forwards a bit, and then just go, yeah, no, fuck demons. Bite it. Wait, no, hold on, better. Rip and tear.
Rip and tear.
I would say that if we could tip the scales in the deity's favor, that would probably be ideal. But if it is a god that is facing that daemon, we are quite likely out of our league. And we should probably send someone who is in its league.
Let's see. Primary objective is then to tip the scales in the deity's favor, then to destroy the daemon on our own, and failing that, probably flee because it is well outside our weight class. And then he's just going to semi-artistically in the corner, just like rip and tear in jagged, scratchy letters with like action squiggly outlines around it,
Rip and tear. Okay.
mostly to satisfy Shoal.
Yes.
3:12. While investigating a lead on a distant sphere, your group unknowingly steps into an ancient temple that turns out to be an elaborate trap. Once inside, the entrance seal shut behind you, and the room starts filling with a thick, mysterious mist that clouds vision and thoughts. Along the walls are intricate carvings in an unknown language, which might hold the very key to your escape. How does your team react, prioritize tasks, and collaborate to find a way out of this predicament? I literally stole part of this right off my fucking application for my current job.
What?
Well, I have studied many languages. I am well versed in linguistics. It would likely be in our best interests for me to attempt to decipher them, would it not?
Agreed. So, the room is filling with a mysterious mist, the doors are shut, and there's a language that we may or may not know that may be the key to our survival.
Yes, but the mist very specifically states that it clouds vision and thought.
The language does?
No, the
no,
mist.
the mist.
It is a narcotic, aka
Ugh.
it is a room quickly filling with some form of narcotic that is messing with your heads.
Well, then I
Fred?
attempt to decipher it as best as I can, while I still have my faculties about me. Then, should I feel them failing, the best solution I can come up with is overwhelming firepower. The temple walls cannot stop us if there are no more temple walls.
It would be best if it didn't come to that, but
That
assuming
is
he's
why it is Plan B.
Attempt
Fred
to
will
clog
just
attempt to clog the pipes while that are pumping in the gas while Volt deals with trying to decipher it, and if that doesn't work, bite through the walls.
Fred will just hold up his scarf.
You're
It's
a
a filter
scarf.
scarf.
Do you want me to decipher this in regular English, Key?
Kind of, because unfortunately, Last Lost is mildly
It sounds like what people are saying is they'd all act individually towards the primary goal of deciphering and then default to we're getting out, period. AKA individual abilities take hold.
But yeah, Fred legit has a filter scarf. Five scales worth of scarf.
Wow, he actually went in. Okay, good to know. However you want to word that, people would probably act independently to try and achieve a similar goal, knowing each other's abilities, yada yada. My god, I am a corporate entity. Ah, shit.
You're doing this to yourself.
it's fine.
I did, but tell me this isn't good for character building.
It is. Lost would probably at least attempt to fit his mask over Dr. Volt's face so he could stave off the narcotic a bit longer, and then help clog the pipes. And failing that, attempt to bust down the wall. Zzz.
Well, yeah, basically you all act on your own in a group manner to try and achieve one similar goal. Congratulations. That is actually a very good corporate answer. All right, you ready for the next question? I don't want to think about how corporate I am anymore. I'm a punk. How the hell do I understand corporate nonsense? Oh, right, I hire people. I have hired people. I don't anymore, thank God.
Right, on to 313.
Yes, 313. During one of your missions, the group is tasked with retrieving a renowned delicacy from someone's home planet. A request coming from one of the higher echelons in Twilight. However, as you journey to procure the item, you unearth information revealing that this food item has properties that could pose severe threat to the safety and stability of Twilight, possibly unleashing untold devastation. What steps would your group take to address the newfound dilemma? Would you continue with your mission as instructed or take matters into your own hands to prevent a potential catastrophe? Catastrophe, apparently. Catastrophe. You could say it normally.
So, immediately after reading this out loud, Last gets an incredulous look, at least as much as their helmet lets them. What is the food stuff? Kudzu leeches?
Well, to humor the question, even though it has an obvious right answer, I would say that I would attempt to find a way that this destructive potential could be removed from the dish in an attempt to both fulfill our mission and to attempt to fulfill the client's wishes. Knowing that, I would err on the side of protecting the city of Twilight.
Brett nods an affirmative.
There would also be have to further questions asked if the client knew of this threat, because that would open an entirely different kind of worms that we have.
No idea how I would solve this problem. This is out of my wheelhouse.
Repenter. Okay, I'm done. I swear.
No, no, I've got it. I've got it. Viv. You'd eat the thing and tell the client how good it was.
You know what? That's fair.
Your character must really like Airbane then. Why do I feel like your character is the character that just shows up wherever the hell Airbane is? Sometimes be like, how does it taste? And Airbane's like, what? And you're like, whatever you've eaten recently.
I mean, many things are edible on the cat shark's home plane. Many, many, many things.
I mean, to cat sharks, they were edible.
And
To Airbane, they're edible too.
see,
So, Key, you're the biggest Pokemon here. Yes.
I suppose.
Have you seen the stats spread on Blood Moon Ursaluna?
No.
No.
Okay, I am much less of a Pokemoner than you think.
Okay, well, I just need to read out these stats for people, just so they know. 113 HP, 120 defense, 65 special defense, low speed, 52, 135 special attack.
Ooh.
This thing can take a few hits.
It's a specialty. Got it. Okay. I actually expected him to be an attacker, but no. Apparently, apparently he's a beast build. Okay.
He's got a 140 base power signature move special, of course.
The power creep is so intense.
Gross.
Wow.
Wow, my arm just bent in a really weird angle. All right, let's finish this application up. You ready?
314.
The next question on the application appears to be meticulously blacked out, rendering its context completely illegible. The meticulous of the redaction suggests that it was done deliberately rather than accidentally. Even though the context is hidden, there is an evident blank space beneath the obscured text, hinting at a location to input an answer. Intriguingly, the application seems stuck, not allowing any further progress until a response is entered in this particular section.
Fret will take a piece of chalk and begin doing a rubbing over the redacted.
You do so and it comes up black. This was very intentional.
ow. Ugh.
How do you answer a question not asked?
With violence.
Well, Fret will just draw on his chalkboard the less shrug emoji again.
Lay shrug and then violence.
Mm,
Fret does the list shrug, and then I do the violent. Just enough warning.
I'm not certain how to answer this.
Well, my answer would be, quote, statistically, overwhelming firepower is liable to solve whatever this was.
I'll just Let
Fret
you
will
all...
just kind of shake a finger really quickly and then erase his chalkboard. And then, right, in italics, maybe.
Maybe, baby.
Most problems can be solved with violence. The question is whether or not that is the best solution. It also does
Interesting.
not answer the question whether or not that will create more problems, but any one given problem within a vacuum can likely be solved via the application of violence in some way or another.
This is true, but we don't know what the question is. So we cannot
Which
be
is
certain
why it is statistically most likely that that would be a solution.
And yet, what if it isn't?
Viv, I have sent you a thing to relay.
Fret relays a non-committal answer is still an answer.
Writes down, maybe, air quotes. We cannot know how to answer without a question, and so must commit to a non-committal answer.
Okay. 315. Thank you for taking the time to complete the recaller application. Your submission will undergo thorough review by our esteemed committee. You'll be notified by our decision in due time. We ask for your patience during this evaluation period. And the checkbox says by checking, or one last checkbox, of course, by checking this box below, you affirm and attest that all information and responses provided in this application are accurate, true, and complete to the best of your knowledge.
Check. And
Once you click submit, the applications in all their glory disappear from your hands, going to the recallers, little lovely legal stationery office that they have to have north of the castle.
oh, it's north of the castle.
Well, because, paperwork needs to be fucking done, and therefore it has to go through the bureaucracy. Even though that everybody hates the bureaucracy, there has to be bureaucrats ruining the fun and managing it for those that like the chaos, and other people absolutely love it. God love it.
I mean, the only reason north of the castle is interesting at all is because there's only 2 districts that direction.
Where all the bureaucracy in the city lies. Behind Era's back where he can't see it.
And even further beyond that, war, which never changes.
That is the end of the application. You guys are free to discuss openly. I hope that experience was actually positive rather than negative.
It was, and I'm realizing that my poor character is frozen on way too much of it.
Oh,
Look, we got a possible flaw for you.
Look, I just have to say, we just gotta have Solid Snake and John Fallout have a conversation about war.
No.
Because the Snake said war has changed.
The problem is that either A, it's going to be a very short conversation, or B, it's going to be a very long conversation. I can't hit the A button enough to make it end.
Enjoy your
Oof.
3-hour cutscene on, on why war has and has not changed.
These are two things that I do not want out of my stupid cutscenes. Cutscenes already annoy me, especially if they're too short or too long. They need to be the right length.
Then you'll love an insult that I heard, Era.
Oh?
I told Varian this. It entered my list of favorite insults to use on people.
Oh?
You are the unskippable cutscene of people.
Yes, I've heard that one. Yes, I've heard that one.
Oh, that's... Oof.
I don't know, I still like calling people a twat waffle. Or a bloody twat. Because they just don't know how to respond to that. Because they don't know what twat is. It's a twat. But it's pronounced Britishly. And a spank battle, and a cock hat, and an ass hat, and a dick shit, and a
The
dipstick.
classic douche canoe.
Douche canoe needs to be reserved for those people that are being so extra douchey that you could canoe them across the river.
What the hell is this that you sent me, Viv?
Y'all go ahead and go back to character creation.
Okay.
Discuss whatever you guys want to about your characters. Now might be a good time while you're doing character creation to actually understand how you know each other at this point in time and why you guys decided to do this together. I hope that offered all sorts of insight. Wanker is a good one. A wanker is great, but only when you're in the right company.
So you can't use
But a
twat
wanker?
anymore.
Why?
Do you know why?
Why?
You have to replace the TW with an X.
What?
I'm out. I'm going to the bathroom. Fuck y'all.
What? What?
Fucking twat.
I don't understand this.
I mean, I'm assuming it has something to do with Twitter. I just can't
Yes.
see anything further past that.
Oh,
Because people now call it jitter.
I mean, it was already twatter, so it's not like it's any better.
Yeah. But
I'm just glad that Elon bought it simply because how mad it made everyone. Watching people get upset is my favorite pastime.
Pat.
Upsetting people is my second favorite pastime.
Oh, speaking of upsetting people, have you done any more uh
Armored Core?
Armored Core shenanigans? Yeah.
I have not. I was planning on doing that after session.
Ah.
So, how would we have known each other? I know how you two know each other because you worked it out.
Yeah. And I mean, if you're a long-time resident of the city, Fred will have need to have learned the ways of things from somebody somehow.
And since Fret and Shoal are basically a package deal,
So, Last Lost spent a while in Threshold before they finally made it to the city. Like, inordinately long compared to most.
Oh.
He's been in the city for a long while, but he was in Threshold longer than normal. So he hasn't spent like 133 years in the city. It's closer to something like 122.
That's still like so much more time than Fred has.
Or maybe like 112 at worst, but yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if you came across Lost as a guard.
Yeah. And then if we're figuring out a group, we totally need somebody smart.
I mean,
So a doctor.
one of two things happened, according to what I understand, is either Lost mentioned recallers to the both of you and you got on board, or you figured it out and mentioned it to Lost, who is absolutely on board with that.
One or the other.
But yeah, of course, 3 people is not enough. And clearly our skill sets are geared towards less academic endeavors.
Yep.
We need someone who is smarter than the 3 of us put together.
Yeah.
We share a trio of brain cells. We need someone who has more than 3.
I have 11 int. I technically have above average intelligence.
I can put this way. I know exactly how Lost met / last met a certain doctor.
Oh,
If rules had been founded because of him, it means that those that participate in the city guard had to have at least been there at least once. He might have been a warning.
Oh,
As long as Taya's okay with this, it very well may be that you realize he's a very intelligent man that probably needs a collar.
Oh.
so in other words, I'm their parole officer.
Taya?
I'm not big on that particular idea. I mean, like, I am big on the idea that Dr. Volt has caused problems and is on the city guard's radar. I'm also kind of big on the idea that they just rolled up to the academia and were like, "Hey, do you have anyone you really want to not be here?" And they pointed, like, everyone points towards Dr. Volt's office.
Both are good.
Oh, that's great. I love that.
He is the thing is, he is usually being pretty honest about his level of intelligence, his abilities, etc. But holy fuck, is he insufferable about them?
He's willing to touch the thing that should not be touched. And he's
So-
very honest about it.
So what I'm hearing is, I know about Dr. Volt. I might have even seen Dr. Volt. But what happened was, we went to the academia and asking if there was anyone they could spare who could probably use some time away from the city. And they directed us to, guess who?
Dr.
Volt.
Volt.
No, it's not that they think he needs time away from the city, it's that they need time away from him.
Exactly. And it probably took longer than he is comfortable with admitting to remember who Dr. Volt is.
It was somewhere in the middle of filling out the application to remember that he was the instance of the reason why you don't play with the Void anymore in the city.
Yeah, there might be a reason why this poor, traumatized creature that is now the team leader has increased anxiety.
Did you know that your name has come up on Chuck's notes 17 different reports in the last 3 years? Only 17?
I'm insulted! Why would you only have 17s? What happens when the times that I touch the dark matters? Oh, right, we're not supposed to talk about sets anymore.
Stone sliding noise, his head slowly turns to stare.
Oh, we got a new red button pusher! He's the backup leader.
Oh gosh.
You might as well just put Vari in charge.
All I have to say is that it's all down here.
It's all down here from Hill. But goodness, just
Isn't it also bedtime like a while ago?
No,
No,
it's
not
like
yet.
10 minutes from now.
You guys got like 12 minutes if you guys
Yeah,
want to
it's-
bullshit.
I would like to bullshit a little longer.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
like, boy, Lost is realizing that they are in the exact position they did not want to be in, with individuals that are going to be just as difficult, if not more difficult, to rein in than the previous people they had to work with. But they don't have someone to turn to who's going to be able to go over their head who isn't Arabane.
Maybe. Just not at direct access. Also, he. By the way, I did the evil giggle where I had my hands up in my front of my mouth and everything. You guys win.
Just, we finished the application. Lost sits down and puts their hands in front of their face because their mask is their face. It's the easiest thing to say. And then they just hang their head a bit. Oh god, I don't have a Stormfront to lean on.
Brett will just like sit down next to him.
Lead on me when you're not strong. Unless I'm already gone, in which case you're kinda fucked.
What I wouldn't give to have at least Chain Links here. Or Echo. I miss Echo.
Fred will just pat him on the back.
Son of a
Well,
bitch.
I suppose if any of you need fresh bread, you can come to the Verdant Markets. Because that's where I'm going to be.
I'll be making bread.
Fred pulls out a Wander Meal bar.
And Lost/Last is instantly insulted.
I am insulted. In fact, I reach up and slap the Wander Meal out of his hand, and there's a very distinctive, like, big cat sort of ripply growl that comes from Lost. No.
Fred is just silently laughing.
Nope. Nope. Shoal, I'm stealing your boyfriend.
Hey,
Just grabs Fret by the scruff of his neck, lifts him up, and starts walking out.
Why do we all have words as names?
I don't know, but the moment when Lost goes to grab Fret's shirt, he just hears the meaty sound of those jaws closing very quickly.
Stops, looks at Shoal.
Fred will do the bonded mind. It's okay.
Squint.
You need to feed them right.
He feeds himself.
Wander Meal is not food.
But it's edible.
Fred will scribble down on his shield. But it reminds me of home.
But it's not food.
But it's edible.
Just because you can consume it doesn't make it food.
That is the definition of food.
Paladin of Erebane here, ladies and gentlemen.
No, actually, he's just a yokai hunter ranger.
No, the paladin is like, this isn't food. Oh god, the things Erebane is eating.
Look, you can consume it. That does not make it food. Just something that you are capable of consuming.
It has the nutritional value of cardboard.
Oh, it's ramen.
Which means it has nutritional value, which means it's food.
Look, I was playing Starfield. I was on a ship where apparently everyone starved to death, and I was like, there is a lot of fucking paper and stuff in here. Like, it doesn't have a lot of nutritional content, but it doesn't have non-existent nutritional content.
Lost drops Fret, which isn't very far. He didn't lift him up very far, and just jabs a finger in the direction of the ramen cup that he slapped to the floor. That has zero nutritional value.
No, it has some nutritional value. It's not a lot.
It has less nutritional value than my croissants.
Yes, but they're still both food.
Oh
I should know it has no nutritional value because I tried eating it, cup and all, when I was depressed. Watch, I can do it. Opens up, grabs the cup, shoves it into the mouth of his helmet, and it shuts. You don't even hear chewing.
I mean, I can do that too, except it actually gives me some nutritional value.
Fret will just scrawl on his shield. Shoal, let him abduct me.
I'm not stopping him from abducting you. I'm just arguing the point. Because
know
I'm
what?
right.
You
Fret
know what?
will erase a couple words, and it now reads, please abduct me.
You know what? Come here, the both of you. Dr. Volt, you can walk on your own. Just crouches down, reaches with one arm around, like, Shoal's waist, and hefts them up.
Cat mode. Oh god.
Yeah, you just a cat, just long cat mode engaged.
Here's the problem. That one has a strength modifier. They're good to go.
Yes,
Yes.
I do.
Yep.
Yes, but
Yep.
you got to realize that as a medium-sized quadruped, I am very fucking awkward to carry.
It is, but they got the
are.
strength cord or strength.
Yeah, so you're gonna
it.
get dragged. You're gonna get
Yep.
dragged.
Lost decidedly drags Shoal and then picks up Fret, puts Fret over his shoulder, and then walks out of the office building or wherever we're at.
Fret just has the "this is fine" look.
I am going to feed you actual food.
I eat actual food.
Gods, Argyle will be insulted.
Everything that I can digest is food. Some food tastes better than others. Some food is, more nutritious than others. But
Okay,
it's all
I will
food.
admit that if you can digest it, then I guess it counts as food. But there are things that you can consume that you don't digest, like certain fibers or rocks. Certain fibrous foods do count as foods, but that's because they're there to aid in your digestion, which I don't know why I understand this, because my digestive system works very differently to you fleshy creatures.
Why do I get the feeling that Lost has gotten absolutely ballistic over what Arabane eats many times?
At least
look,
once.
certain there are cat sharks that can eat and digest rocks. Is all I'm saying.
Arabane can eat and digest rocks because he's a fucking dragon. Everything is food. If it doesn't kill him, he eats it.
Just as he's walking down the street, shouts, "I learned to use sugar because of you, Arabane!"
Hashtag not my fault appears on the road in front of you.
It is absolutely your fault. I'm going to make these two, and maybe Dr. Volt, actually eat something decent.
Hiccups.
Fret just being carried.
Arabane, the guy that intentionally intakes poison to make himself poisonous. Wait, this is inedible? And will kill almost all creatures? We're gonna slowly become immune to it now.
Also, I should know about being able to eat rock shoal.
As
are able to eat certain rocks.
As they're being carried away, Fret will pull out another Wonder Wheel bar and offer it to Arabane.
You need to
He's not there.
understand, Lots, is that my species is capable of eating an exceptional quantity of materials that most others cannot.
In that case, Fret will just begin crunching on bar.
As Kinma stops as he hears the crunching, head whips around.
Hey, you can't eat next to me and not share. Give me a piece.
Don't you dare. You're already having the nutritional value of 0. You can't do that.
It's at least got a nutritional value of 1.
Arguable, but
trying
Man,
very
like
hard.
just talking about how Arabane eats poisonous things to make himself poisonous. I was just did you guys does chat remember when I read The Adventures of Dr. McNinja to you guys?
God.
And then the Dr. McNinja's dad, Dan McNinja, did he ate the poison beets and he was like, "Yes, but I recognize their poison. I can now shoot poison out of my eyes."
No, so you know the Black Skull liquor that Arabane drinks that's basically called rum that I've
Yes,
mentioned
listen.
before? It is 75% poison.
Huh.
Yes, that Arabane very intentionally, one of his favorite alcohols, is alcohol that is completely designed to cause convulsions, vomiting, and all sorts of other intestinal issues, and that is that liquor.
Oh, so Kraken.
I can't say no, and I feel upset about that. It's actually like
And even
Kraken,
though I
too.
don't think we got to the comic where it happened, there is a later comic in which he does in fact shoot poison out of his eyes.
Oh god.
No.
So question, we're in District 1, aren't we?
You guys would probably be in making me look up the names here. Hold on. Because I don't have them memorized. The Sylvian's domain, yes. Very likely.
Oh good. It's just a short hop and skip over to the market. Dr. Volt is free to join us if he wants. It's free food after all. I mean, it's always free food, but you know.
Only if you want to charge. You do have to get your materials from somewhere, and that comes from using scales.
Yep.
Or buying from the farmers if you want a better taste.
He gets his ingredients directly. Always.
Than from the farmers, which cost scales. So you do have to charge.
Yes.
Yeah.
Does charge normally. Is going to be feeding these people proper.
Baked goods.
Yes.
Now it is technically bedtime.
Yeah.
Yes. I will end off by describing the bakery if you want, or I can save that for next time.
Feel free to describe your bakery. We'll end there. I need to find somebody to raid anyways.
All right. Lost drags the two of you along, carrying one more than dragging. And no, he does not check if Dr. Volt is following him. Dr. Volt
is.
is a functional adult. At least he thinks Dr. Volt is a functional adult.
Just fret. Crunch, crunch. Crunch, crunch.
You can feel the irritation through his suit. But he's just, without even really wondering about where he's going at all, is just turning down the streets, going every which way with full and absolute confidence of a person who has been here for 100 years and has followed the same exact paths for most of that time.
Oh, I mean, that's how it works here, yeah. You know where you're going, you know how long it's going to take you. There you are.
Side note, he makes a habit of going to places and handing out spare bread.
Understood.
This includes making the trip out to Threshold because he likes giving fresh bread to the children at school.
Oh.
But eventually, you come across this nice, I kind of want to say quaint in the positive manner, wood and stone bakery settled down one of the many streets of the Verdant Market. A standing chalkboard sign stands out front, although the store itself has been temporarily closed, with the day's goods scribbled on it, and at the top it says Echo's Kindness, with little floral flourishes sketched in with chalk of varying colors around the text. A pair of tables sit before the main window, which gives an excellent view of displayed breads, pastries, and the occasional sweets, and also allows you to look in to see the main counter as well as the oven, providing a pleasant transparency to the establishment. Okay, good. We're here. You can sit inside or you can sit out here.
Outside
Fred
is
still
fine.
being. Yeah, Fred just shrugs.
Okay. Drops Shoal, takes Fret, sits him on the table, and then takes the whatever remainder there is of the Wander Meal bar and goes inside.
Remove 200 meal ballers from your inventory.
Yep. They
Rem-
are a copper apiece, so
Remove the fucking ramen cups.
It's fine. He can reimburse you, maybe.
It's not even the good ramen cups.
Gosh.
It's the ones that's just noodle and flavoring.
Ugh.
but yeah, 100 of them is a scale, so
Yeah. There's no way he'll be able to divest you of all of them. He goes inside, pauses, looks at himself, grumbles, and then goes to a back room. And through the window, you can see who you must assume is lost come out, but it looks more like a vaguely leonine biped made out of dark vapor in a shirt, a baker's apron, and pants with like the plastic gloves that bakery people wear in stores so that they don't get their hands directly on the dough or product or anything.
uh,
And it almost looks like they've got some sort of metal thing up by their head keeping a portion of vapor in a weird ponytail shape, and they immediately begin making fresh bread.
okay. You should go to bed, Key.
Yes. Bedtime key. We can pick things up after you make everybody eat fresh bread. And a little bit of non-existent time passes. I do hope you all did enjoy session 1 here, including my ridiculous application I made you do.
It was ridiculous and I loved it.
I had
Oh,
fun with some
since
of
you
the
said you
answers.
looked over my application already,
Yes.
the question you said you basically put in for me, did I answer pretty much like you were expecting?
Yes.
Also, I'm not going to bed. I'm going to bread.
Ba-da-ba-ba-da-bap.
Oh, I thought you said bread. You're a bread compartment. All right. Go to sleep.
Okay,
In the meantime, let's go ahead. We're gonna go ahead on my side, and we're gonna rate Origo. I put a stream message in for once, even though I don't think anybody's actually here. I will hydrate. I'm out of hydrate. I'll hydrate after stream.
I'm here now.
But we're gonna go ahead and rate them. In the meantime, thank you so much for joining us. Like, subscribe, yada yada, follow on Twitch or something or other. Take a better care of yourselves, get more rest, get plenty of water, take care of yourselves. Here's the confetti. Have a wonderful night. Good. Bye.